Inflation, your savings' biggest enemy, and here's how to beat it. Meet Sharma ji. He loves his morning walks and never forgets to drink his favorite masala chai at the street corner. He's been drinking chai at the same chaiwala since 1980. No wonder he proudly regales stories of how the tea was sold at just ₹2 when he first started drinking tea at the shop. Of course, how over the years the price of chai has risen and the cup has shrunk, thanks to inflation. So, what is inflation? Inflation, in simple words, refers to the rise in the price of product and services over time. It affects every aspect of life: food, clothing, education, homes, travel, healthcare, gadgets, etc. For instance, if your monthly expense for groceries, maintenance bills and leisure is about ₹30,000 in 2020, it won't be enough to meet the expenses 5 years from now. So, if we assume a 7% rate of inflation, you will need about ₹42,000 in 2025, ₹59,000 in 2030 and ₹1,16,000 in 2040. But before you brush this aside with the simple logic that prices tend to rise over time, consider this. Is your income increasing at the same rate, if not faster? Yes? No? Sometimes? If your answer is a no or sometimes, then unlike Sharma ji, you won't be able to indulge in your favorites the same way. You will soon be faced with serious questions. What will I have to give up to prevent going into debt? How will rising costs change my lifestyle? And if these issues occur while you still have a job, can you even imagine the struggle after you retire, especially if you rely solely on what you save? Inflation can be your savings' biggest enemy, but it doesn't need to. Be like Sharma ji, who managed inflation by choosing investment solutions that potentially offered higher returns. He wasn't a financial wizard. He didn't do any investment mumbo-jumbo. All it took was a little planning and some discipline. He invested a small amount every month throughout his career in investment options that returned more than the rate of inflation. Some SIPs in mutual fund schemes, asset allocation moves, and voila! You, like Sharma ji, can enjoy your chai throughout your life. You may consult your investment advisor to make sure your investments grow faster than the rate of inflation. An investor education and awareness initiative of Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Hello and welcome to the finals of Businessline Boardroom Challenge 2023. I am Srimati Sridharan. Businessline Boardroom Challenge, a unique competition for B-Scholars, has 3 levels: a preliminary round, a semi-finals across cities, and a grand finale. The online tests in the prelims assess students' decision-making skills and the ability to work in teams. In the semi-finals, students got a chance to meet and compete with the best minds from top B schools across the country and present-day strategies. And now in the finals, students will showcase their skills by solving a live corporate case. Now without further ado, let's jump right into the finals. I request Mr. Vinay Kamath from Businessline team to take over.
Welcome all to the finals of the BL Boardroom Challenge 2023. The finals for the 2023 edition got inadvertently delayed and has spilled over into 2024. The unique case challenge for B Scholars is in its 7th year. In the first year of the challenge in 2017, Liba Chennai was the winner, followed by ISP Hyderabad in 2018 and IIM Ranchi in 2019. SIBM Pune won the contest in 2020, while IIM Shillong won it in 2021, with SPJIMR Mumbai, taking top honors in 2022. Till the 2019 edition, the semi-final rounds of the contest was held in 8 cities at B schools which hosted the event. The preliminary round in all the previous years has always been online, where students administer a psychometric test to assess their decision-making skills and ability to work in teams. The grand finale, where B schools which won city-specific semi-finals competed for the grand prize in earlier years, had been held in Chennai. From the year 2020, with the advent of the pandemic, the contest had moved seamlessly online and has remained that way. The semi-finals case this year tested the participating teams on the knowledge of finance, marketing and strategy, and decision-making skills and ability to work in teams, while the case for the finals will test the teams on the knowledge of the financial sector. In the 8 city semi-finals, teams had to work on a business plan for a company to venture into the electric vehicle space, weighing many options. The 8 teams which made it to the finals are Great Lakes Institute of Management, Chennai, NTPC School of Business, New Delhi NMIMS Bangalore, SIBM Hyderabad, Janssen School of Business Kochi, XLRI Jamshedpur, NMIMS Mumbai, and IIM Indore. In the finals, teams have to come up with a strategy to get more millennials to invest in mutual funds. We expect a cracker of a contest with so many top B schools vying for top honors. May the best team win the 2023 edition of the BL Boardroom Challenge.
I now invite Mr. Raghavesh Srinivasan, editor of Businessline, to give the welcome note.
Hello, and welcome to the 7th edition of the Businessline Boardroom Challenge. The 2023 edition of the Boardroom Challenge saw record participation of over 850 teams in the preliminary round. We had entries from all over the country from some of the top business schools, apart from several IIMs. In the semifinals, we had the top 4 teams compete in different city-specific regions, and 8 of the best teams are now competing in the finals. Businessline as a newspaper is rich in information for B schoolers and covers a wide array of subjects, from government and policy making to corporate news, as well as the infotech, financial, and commodities markets. It will be a very useful addition to your academic reading and will provide valuable news and views to develop your worldview. Experts from a variety of sectors contribute to our newspaper. This will enrich your reading experience. Our digital avatar is also quick to provide spot news and analysis so that you're always on the ball and kept informed. The Boardroom Challenge is part of the Hindu Group's focus on students with products such as the Young World and Education Plus from the Hindu and BL on Campus in Businessline. More than a year ago, we expanded coverage of BL on Campus to engineering and accounting professions. You can see BL on Campus in the print edition every fortnight on Mondays. I would like to once again emphasize Businessline's focus on the new generation and students. It is part of our wider strategy and commitment in our outreach to the next generation. Today's case challenge is on how to get millennials to invest more in mutual funds. Had you been reading Businessline closely, you would have got valuable information for the case challenge, as we as a newspaper cover the mutual fund sector in great detail. I would like to thank Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund for their steadfast sponsorship of this contest for the 4th year running. My best wishes to the competing teams for the case challenge. Of course, may the best team win. But remember, you're all winners for having made it through 2 tough rounds already. Good luck and may the challenge begin.
It's time to introduce our judges. Let's start with Mr. Rajesh Krishnamurthy. Rajesh Krishnamurthy is a non-executive chairman of iFast India Holdings in Singapore and an independent director on the board of PGIM India Asset Management and a board observer in the startup space. He is also the senior venture partner at the VC firm Colossa Ventures that is putting together an ecosystem to promote women-owned and women-led enterprises. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Directors in India. K.S. Rao is a Senior Vice President and Head of Investor Education and Distribution Development at Aditya Birla Sun Life AMC Limited. Mr. Rao heads the organization's effort towards investor education and distribution development. Mr. Rao has spent over 2 decades in the mutual fund industry. Prior to joining Birla, he had worked with UTI Mutual Fund. In UTI, Rao had worked across the disciplines including sales and distribution, marketing, product, strategy, and business development. Mr. Rao had taken financial literacy and investor education as a mission and reaching out to various segments across the geographies with innovative ideas to inculcate savings as a habit. Lokeshwari SK. Lokeshwari SK currently heads the Business Line's data vertical and is also an opinion columnist and a part of the Business Line edit team. She has almost 3 decades of experience in analyzing, advising, and writing about stock, currency and commodity markets, financial market regulations, and public policies. She headed the Business Line Research Bureau between 2013 and 2020, where she was responsible for the highly popular investment supplement portfolio. She has written exclusively on stock market investing through technical and fundamental analysis, market trends, psychology, and market regulations in this period. Now let's see what the task for the finalist will be. AMFI, which guides the mutual fund industry, constantly looks at new segments to target with mutual fund. It helps its members with surveys and strategies on how to increase their width and depth of penetration. This year, they would like to explore the largest cohort, the millennials, as the focus for marketing. You are a consulting firm that specializes in strategies for financial marketing, and you have been given the task of formulating a 5-year strategy roadmap to bring in 15% of the millennials into the mutual fund investment bracket, with a large part of their savings coming into this portfolio. The members of the AMFI team expect clear understanding of the segment and estimation of potential, a clear picture of its behavior vis-a-vis savings and investment, product strategies to suit the millennials, marketing strategies to this group including clear positioning. You may use secondary data from the net to form your strategies besides the data which is provided with the case. Each team will be given 20 points to present, followed by 5 minutes of question and answers. Let us introduce the case study that the teams will present. The teams will be marked for 50 points by each jury member. The team with the highest total wins. Here goes the breakup. Understanding of case, 10 points. Case analysis, 15 points. Solution, 10 points. Presentation will get 10 points and teamwork will fetch you 5 points. May now invite team 1 to do their presentation.
Good morning, panelists. I'm Abhihas, and this is my teammate Nitika. We'll be taking you through our action plan on how to bring in 15% of millennials into the mutual fund investment basket. Our mission as entrusted by the AMFI team is clear, channeling a substantial part of their savings into the mutual fund savings portfolio. But this task goes beyond mere numbers. It calls for deep understanding of this diverse and dynamic segment. So now let me walk you through today's agenda. First, we'll be going through understanding millennial segment, followed by estimation of their potential, the product innovation, which is ideal for the millennial segment, better marketing and position strategies, the 5-year strategy map, the KPIs and evaluation in the roadmap. So we can broadly classify the workforce into 3 segments. That is Gen X or pre-millennials, next is millennials, and the Gen Z and post-millennials or post-millennials. So now, if we take a look at millennial segment, which is our current target group. So millennials are mostly the digitally good. That is, they're mostly tech-savvy people. They have seen the dot-com boom and have witnessed the digital transformation from the front row. And they prefer to have a tech-inclusive and convenient lifestyle. Socially conscious. They're relatively more cautious about their style of living, such as sustainable practices, greener lifestyle, more renewable approaches, and eco-friendly lifestyles. Financial education exposure. The rise of online trading platforms like Zerodha, Grow, Upstock, Kotak Securities, etc., coupled with widespread of demat accounts, marked a digital transformation to this segment. This segment provides the millennial generation with improved financial risk of exposure and better financial education. So enabling them to have a better calculated approach towards their investments. Personality traits. Exposure, experience oriented. Their lifestyle choice of traveling, trying out challenging jobs as a goal rather than a settled and a monotonous routines is their approaches. Flexibility. They're more open to exploring in career choices such as investments, new career choices, trying out different products. It might be digital or offline. They're more open to try out a lot of things. Entrepreneurial spirit. Around 31% of millennial prefers to work independently with more autonomy and they have entrepreneurial dreams. Value convenience. They give preference to convenience than that, such as working smart rather than more monotonous and redundant work, recursive or more balanced work. Financial insecurity. Millennials' lavishing lifestyle has resulted in high spendings, and this has resulted in a lower savings rate. So than the current market rate, they save the rate is lower because of their high earning capacity, they're almost on par with the other segments. Diverse lifestyle preference. Many even look options like a permanent work from home, freelancing, and for an early retirement. This new perspective and young approach has led to a different segmental behavior than Gen Z, than Gen X, or even Gen Z. Now, let's go to the next. Now, understanding the millennials with the mutual fund industry in the mutual fund industries. As we have the millennials are around 32% of the population. It's almost 44 crore of the India's population is the millennial segment. In this, most of the millennial segment live in urban. That's around 14 crore people live in the urban cities, and 30 crore people live in the rural segment. And together, around 52% of the people, that is 71 crore, that is of the workforce, that is millennials and Gen Zs together. And increasing familiarity with investment options due to a changing global environment. So, though the millennials have been more tech savvy and they are kind of good advanced in the better financial exposure, only around 84 lakh people of them invest in mutual funds. So 84 lakh people is relatively a really small segment in the mutual fund industry. Currently, that is just of 2% of the millennials entire segment invest in the mutual funds. And with all of this together, the AUM, the assets under management is around 56 lakh crores. So in the millennial segment also, the savings rate of the 84 lakh people, predominantly around 85 to 88% are from urban background, and barely around 12 to 15% are from rural background. That is just around 12 lakh people. So if you look at the demographics, it's almost just 12 lakh people from rural and semi-urban cities are investing out of a 30 crore population. It is less than 0.5%. The investment behavior. Increasing in the familiarity with the investment options, but financial insecurities due to changing. The conventional saving methods or investment methods of buying assets, houses, or in fixed FDs are not highly preferred by the millennial segment. They prefer to go for new segments, but their kind of market risks and insecurity about trying out new products is clearly evident in the millennial segment. Yeah. Oh, let's go. Yeah. Saving potential. Though the millennials are relatively getting a high pay jobs, they're almost closely behind the Gen X workforce. They're almost equally on par with the salaries that are making with Gen X, but because of their high lifestyle and spending patterns, they're not able to save a lot of money. So the conventional market rule of 50-30-20 is not applicable, is not being adhered to by the millennial segment. The savings rate of millennial segment is roughly only around 15 to 16%. But their high income and better calculated financial abilities has led them to has a potential for a better savings. Growing overall millennial investment behavior. So the awareness of investment options primarily through digital platforms. All the platforms like Zerodha or Grow have enabled the segment to be more hands-on with their investment options, the rate of returns, better risky or low risky patterns, and more ETFs. Income levels. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So income level. Overall, diverse funds with varying risk profiles to attract a broader spectrum of investors. Next one. Estimation of potential. Bringing a 15% of millennial. So if we get around 15% of millennial into work, which is the current AUM is around 56 lakh crores. If we are able to achieve a target of 15% of millennials into the workforce, then into the lakh crores. So this needs to be done in a very calculated segment because our current penetration is barely around 2%. So to reach a target of 15%, we need to start strategizing. We need to start approaching them in a calculated method on increasing their financial stability, increasing their financial awareness, getting more people into the mainstream investments, more demat accounts, and more education in college and schools. So this will be dealt by Nitika.
So I'll be talking about the product strategies for millennials. The first thing is micro investments. Micro investments are currently growing in other economies also. So my idea of micro investments here for Indian millennials is that to round up their daily transactions to the nearest 5 or 10. So when I'm spending 430 rupees, my transaction will be rounded up to 435, and the 3 rupees or 2 rupees that have been remaining will be collected into an account, and when they reach a certain threshold, these will be collected and put into mutual funds. And one of the other options that we can give to customers is that we can allow them to choose the multiples in which they want to save this spare change from their daily transactions. And this gives the habit that there isn't much burden that is being taken upon by the users, because it's just spare change, and it's mostly like on most of the transactions in malls and all, we tend to donate a rupee for children fund and all like that. This is kind of like that, but into your own mutual fund and financial independence. So this gives an easy integrations of savings into daily spending habits, and such small amounts, infrequent repetitions will at the end make a minimum amount, since the minimum SIP in India is currently 100 rupees, and it's being offered by 5 companies at least. So I think when we add up all these spare changes into minimum of 100 rupees, at the end of the month we can put this into mutual funds, and it will create it'll be an easy starter for new millennials who don't want to spend much into mutual funds or investing. And even those who are into very younger in age and want to start into mutual funds, this will be an easier way to attract them. This will also show them how their investments are giving them the returns, and how like compounding effect is working for them. And this will also attract them to invest more and more for their mutual funds when they earn more, or like understand how it is working and get interested in it. So currently we have thematic schemes that are available in mutual funds that are into ethical funds, or like current themes are retirement and all that. But since Gen Z and millennials are more into socially responsible, environmentally responsible, and technologically savvy things, we need to look at mutual funds that cater to these themes. So sustainable and responsible investing is one of that. So we need to make mutual funds that are into the ESG factors. We need to compile companies that are doing ESG practices, and we need to show that we need the kind of impact that one has when they invest in these mutual funds, so that millennials, it's easy for millennials to understand the impact not only through their financial gain, but also through the uh, social welfare and other results that they get while investing in these. So technology and innovation. So fund investing in funds that are disruptive, like fintech, biotech, and renewable energy, and cleaner energy will also give more interest for the millennial segment. One more thing is that like Kia right now offers um, their annual reports before used to be full of numbers, but right now they offer an impact annual report instead of just numbers. So this is something that will attract. So when we are making a mutual fund, we also need to give like how investing in these funds is impacting uh, cleaner energy or climate change, like that, so that it's more easier and even shareable in the future for the consumer. And social impact investing, communicating these positive impact of investments will resonate with socially conscious investors. Next, we have increase in financial literacy. So the current financial market is filled with jargons and complicated terms. Like I major in finance right now, and I hear the same thing: interest rate for bonds and sorry, coupon rate for bonds and interest rate for other kind of things. So it's the same how much return I'm getting, but different terms for it. Someone who's not into the financial sector might not well understand it. So it will become easier when you know, the jargon is removed or these terms are explained easily to the consumers. So mobile apps need to be there for financial education, and these needs to be gamified. Like you complete some lessons today and you reach a certain level, or it's just like Candy Crush. You reach a level and you get a new booster or something to show in the leaderboard. And financial simulations. Currently, there are very less financial simulations available in the market. This will allow the investors or the consumers who are looking into it to play with, virtual money and understand how it is impacting, what decisions they are taking, and how it is impacting, and what kind of returns they are expecting. And there needs to be micro learning modules. Currently, Zebra Learn is one of the platform that does micro learning modules in a very fun way. It needs to grow and be easily available for less money for all individuals to access it. And integrating in school curricula. Let's suppose in United States they teach you carpenting and other stuff that you really need when you become an adult, basic stuff. I think integrating such stuff, such financial education also into school curricula will be a nice thing. It doesn't have to be too deep into the knowledge of markets, but we just need to give them an idea of what kind of opportunities that they have when they earn money.
5 more minutes.
Okay, so we are looking at goal-based investing, since goals have become very important for Gen Z and mutual. We need to look at these, and having an AI advisor who can talk into educational guidance or behavioral financial insights or regular portfolio monitoring will become interesting for those. And we need to look at peer-to-peer recommendation platform programs where we can integrate cashbacks, rewards, and incentives earned through other. Like I shop on Myntra and I get a cashback. Instead of my cashback coming back into my bank account, it can go into other mutual fund account and such, so that it'll be easier to invest such things into, gather such things into investing. So we need to look at Instagram influencers. Currently, Sharon Hegde and Shashank Upadhyay, they are very good Instagram influencers that are into the financial markets. We need to also promote financial wellness challenges like 30-day budgeting challenge or other for 30-day budgeting challenge, or saving up for 7 days straight, something like that. And social media, currently AMFI is only on Twitter. Most of the users use Instagram, so we need to look at that. And peer-to-peer recommendations and advertising through partnerships like Myntra and all, where you get discounts and you can incorporate them into your own mutual funds, will become important. And application of behavioral economic techniques, like instead of how much you will earn, you also need to show how much you will miss if you're not investing in the platform.
Five more minutes. 5 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 more minutes.
And to position, we need to position as easy and flexible, not heavy on the product. With AI, it can become less stress and less time consuming. Personalization consumption is possible. It's experience oriented rather than traditional goals, and transparent. There's transparency and low cost solutions, and it easily integrates into your digital tech savvy life. And there's financial empowerment. So for the 5-year strategy roadmap, we need to, first year is the foundation and the planning. We need to look at launching micro investment options and introducing financial literacy and thematic mutual funds. For this, we need to partner with the Instagram influencers and start wellness challenges as well. Launch targeting social media campaigns as well. And we need to emphasize on the ease and flexibility and micro investment accessibility for everyone of various income levels, and position it as a financial empowerment tool. For product expansion and education, second year, we are looking at product expansion and education. We need to launch AI-driven advisory features, which will talk about how they need to invest or give them ideas about what's trending in the market. We need to enhance financial literacy in the market. And so for marketing strategies, we need to encourage peer recommendations and continue targeting campaigns. For positioning, we need to emphasize on personalization and customization that is available, and goal-oriented investing tools, and position it as a goal-oriented investing tools. For the third year, we need to integrate cashbacks and the rewards that we talked about, and talk about incentives from partnerships, and launch features for digital onboarding. And marketing strategies, we need to look at reaching a wider audience in the third year. So we need to encourage user-generated content. So when someone is doing a financial wellness challenge, we need to hashtag 30-day, say budgeting challenge. We need to create those hashtags and let the users generate content so that it attracts more users, and implement behavioral economic techniques. For positioning, we need to position it as a less time consuming and a more rewarding thing. Fourth year, we need to strengthen the engagement and user experience, introduce more thematic funds, and enhance user interference. In this stage, we also need to look at taking continuous user feedback so that we understand if any changes need to be made to the plan, and incorporate such changes into the future strategies for easier conversions. And in the fifth year, we need to look at scaling the success and continuous improvement. So leveraging influencers, testimonials, users that we have gathered up to this point, we need to leverage them and expand the portfolio of investments available in the market. So while doing this, we need to keep that KPIs and continuous evaluation in check, so that we will have a track on the goals we have achieved, the goals we need to achieve, and how to change any things in between. So first thing is the percentage increase in millennial participation rates, and the growth of AUM for millennial segment. These will give an idea if whether the strategies that we have taken so far in the initial stages are having an impact or not.
20
Adding
minutes over.
this is the last slide. Just a minute. So adding more social media engagement metrics, and KPIs, as in how many users have seen the post, how many have converted, and what are the actual investments happening. These will also provide a key insight into how to add more features or remove such features that are redundant. And we need to look at the success of financial wellness challenges and keep user feedback and satisfaction scores in mind. That is it. Done, sir. Any questions that you may have?
Thank you, Rao. Just one, since you asked me. Hello, Nitika and Abhihas. Best wishes. Thank you for giving us your presentation. May I request you to please go to your slide, which has the title. I just want to be sure what you wanted to communicate on that slide. Millennials and the mutual fund industry. Could I just have a look at that one slide, please, before we go to the full Q&A?
Yes, sir, sure.
Okay. I thought I read it wrong. I felt both demographics and behavior were the same on the screen. So for a minute, I wanted to be doubly sure. No problem. We can go into Q&A. Thank you.
Okay.
If there's anything that you thought you wanted to put in there, you may.
Is there a mistake there? Did you?
Looks like it was a repetition.
Yeah, it's a repeat. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So you got the demographics out of the picture, looks like, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so that's why I explained it orally, the demographics.
No problem, no problem. And I wanted to be sure because some of us are getting old, right? We have to make sure we have read the slides right. Okay,
No,
sure. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
our jury has eagle eyes.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Raghav, you want to start with your questions or?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
But thanks, Rajesh, for that observation. I was just looking at, but some data points at that time, Abhihas, what you spoke was also not right data. I mean, one is that millennials data, what you spoke about, and second is even the mutual fund AEM, when you are talking about 156 lakh crores, and at one point you are also went overboard on number of millennials. Somewhere some confusion was there. That's perfectly fine. And broadly, few things which I like the most when you spoke about is at least your broad presentation and spoke about the personality traits and bit on the goal-oriented approach or like conceptuals like micro investments. These parts are looking good. I mean, coming back, I want to have one question for you to start with. The first question is, I mean, why millennials invest actually? Why do they need to invest in not only in mutual funds, anywhere else? What is their why?
Yes, so I like to take this question. So millennials in general, like most of the millennials are currently around 50% of more than 50%. That's 52% or not. I'm not exactly sure of the number. Or they prefer early retirement. They want to retire by 55 or 50 before 60s. So they don't want to wait till the conventional retirement age of 60. So the millennial brackets is already 30 plus. So they have just a 20-year ahead of them. So they need to start focusing on this part. So they need to start the conventional investments are FDs or savings or investor in just buying a house and getting a rent out of it are not very ideal because the inflation rate is beating the FD rate or any house rental rates that are getting. So mutual funds is the segment where it's more profitable or more eye-catchy for the millennial segment because looking at the time span of 20 to 25 years, the max they're left with. So that's a better venture for them. Sir, and I'd like to correct myself also in that. So the 156 crore AUM I said is the potential that they have. Currently, it's only 50.78 lakh crores, sir. I mentioned that I think I went too fast that I kind of skipped the point and might be. So current market is 50.78. They have a potential of 156 lakh crores is what we wanted to project. A 15% enter as of today's date.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. But if the millennials are looking at retiring early, we call this concept called FIRE, financial independence and retire early. If that is the major stuff, will that micro investments which you spoke about is sufficient for them to reach where they want to reach?
So I think micro investment is kind of a not exactly the ideal way of investing because it's not like a monthly 5,000 because micro investment is let's say we are ordering something in Zomato for 175 or 180 rupees. So it will just round off us to next nearest possible 5 or 10. Like it's 177 rupees. It will round off to 180 rupees. So the extra 3 rupees, 5 rupees. So on an average, a millennial and Gen Z per day, they use at least 2 online transactions. So let's take it only 15 rupees or 20 rupees of that is going to it's from small kiddie bank. Yes. But at the end of the when they want to invest 5,000 rupees per month, we're getting 1,000 rupees out of this. So they only have to spend 4 more thousand so that it will not look like a big financial burden suddenly. If it's a person earning more than 75,000, for them 5,000 might not look as a big amount. But if a millionaire is making around 30,000 or 40,000, for them 5,000 might look big. So then this micro kind of micro plans will help them to ease up that.
And I think, sir, your generation would know much about piggy banks, taking spare change from your purchases and putting it in a piggy bank and breaking it at the end of the month to have some money and do something with it. So it's just that, but in a digital way where you make transactions, are making transactions digitally. So it's not possible to have a piggy bank and do actual cash installments there. So this is just a digital way of collecting that money and investing it in mutual funds.
Yeah, thanks for that answer. And the last question from my side, I mean, when you are presented for the 5-year strategy, I've seen the marketing strategy almost the same. I mean, will that work, or will there be, if you have to look at, you have to change something? What is that you can look at differently? No, I think, you spoke about influencers everywhere. Probably the influencers will help you at this time of initiation, the year one. Probably year 5 would like to have continued that, or was there any differential between?
So at year 5, from year 3 to year 5, we are looking at user-generated content rather than influencers. Influencers will be there to remind it. So, in this marketing environment, every ad has become redundant. You see the same advertisement for different products and everything. So we are looking at user-generated content that is shareable from peer to peer. So when we look at financial wellness programs or challenges, you say that you are doing a 30-day budgeting, 30-day budgeting challenge or something like that. Challenges are something that run very good on Instagram. We've looked at Ice Bucket Challenge and all those. So when we give challenges to millennials, they really take it up as a very good challenge and try to finish it. And they want to share. Most of them actually do it because they want to share that they have done something with their community. So when we are looking at influencers, they start these trends, but then we want users to take up these trends and put content out for themselves.
Thank you, and thanks for the answers, and all the best. Over to other jury members.
Rajesh, would you like to?
Sure. Just a couple of them. Thanks for the insights, both of you. We love to hear young minds and keep the pursuit of figuring out how to solve challenges. Keep going, whether or not the result of this competition comes in your favor. That's all I can start with. I just had few questions. One is, I'm riding on what Mr. Rao just asked you. Have you really identified the key reason why the millennial isn't coming to make an investment? What is the key reason that they are not coming to make an investment?
So most of them do not know that, when we look at other economies, US and such, where 80% of, the investment, the GDP is made up of AUMs and all that, there, the kind of financial knowledge flows from from grandfathers to fathers to children and all. In India, there's no such thing. Our fathers have told us probably about FDs or somewhere about insurance schemes and all that. But even today, I get calls from my mom telling that some relative wants me to invest in some LIC scheme. No one talks about how stock market works, because they have this idea that in the stock market you might invest but you might lose heavily also, and we don't know all the things that happens in the market. We can't keep up with it. There's that kind of fear also incorporated with millennials from their parents, and also that most of them don't know that, or maybe they know that and they don't have the required literacy, kind of to invest in these markets. That's what I believe is even like right now I'm studying fixed income securities and all that. But before coming here, I knew nada about bonds or anything of such kind. I knew there were different financial investments available in the market, but I only invested in IPOs because I didn't require much knowledge except looking at gray market premium and all that. Stocks and all, I need to keep up with everything. Most people won't know passive, investment strategies or look at active investment strategies and all that.
Nitika, so the short answer is that you are saying it is lack of awareness.
Yes, a lack of
The
awareness.
short answer.
Even though there is awareness, there's lack of financial literacy to understand all the complexities of the market.
Okay. The next question I had is something related to your answer.
Yes, sir.
Why do you think then that your answer of not being or not wanting to take risks because of whatever has been told to you by your previous generation. That is getting dispelled by the fact that a lot of the millennials are the ones who majorly own cryptocurrencies in India.
So I think
So,
yeah.
I am just trying to understand this whole thing, because on one side, I'm taking your answer because I consider you as a representative of the millennial population, telling me that, hey, my tutoring is take less of risk, and here I see people going and dumping money in things where there is no regulation or investor protection in the first place. So how do we rationalize this behavior is my question.
Yes. So I think majorly because as Nitika has pointed out, that we didn't have a lot of, and there was a kind of little panic mode in the early 2000s after the Harshad Mahdha scam. After all that, there was the trust on the stock markets was not high. Even the mutual funds kind of collapsed at that time. So that was the time that millennials started entering the workforce. So the initial stage, they had this panic in the back of their mind that we don't know why it's kind of it's safer to invest in real estate or it's safer to invest in gold. So that was the mentality till 2010. Sir. I think after that, even after the Lehman crisis also, when the market bounced back, then the better finance, they understood that yes, there will be risks, but in longer duration, we start comparing. I think they started evaluating in a broader sense. They were not part of the people that took the shock during either initial during Harshad Mehta's time, or might be after 2008 crisis, or after that. From 2010, we can observe that relatively the investments from the new segment, the millennials, are more. But when we look at crypto is a very new market where they didn't have previous shocks. That's why crypto grew at a phenomenal rate from 2010 to 2020. That because they didn't have any prior shocks before that. But after 2020, when there are more than 25,000 to 30,000 cryptos that are traded much. Just if we consider micro cryptos, there are more than 1 million, almost 1 million crypto companies are there in the market currently. So now that is where it kind of dialed down. The Bitcoin has stagnated, Ethereum stagnated, Tron stagnated, everything is stagnant. It's not moving much. I think the initial bubble has busted, sir. So now even the millennials don't want to invest much in crypto is what I personally felt, because even I have invested little in Bitcoin and it's kind of stagnant there. It's not moving much. So, but still, mutual funds is a safer way. So if we look at the growth, it's a very stable growth. But if we look at the crypto's growth, it was a very uneven, abrupt growth that we can see that.
Sure, Abhiyas. My last question, and I'll give it back to the panel. Do you have or have you attempted to invest yourself in mutual funds, Abhiyas?
Yes, I invest my. I mean, now I'm not investing anymore because only currently I made it to only 500 per month because I'm currently not working. So when I was working,
you have?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In what form?
Sir, Tata Energies, Tata Green Energy. SIP.
Sorry?
So SIPs in Tata, sir, but equity, I hold most of the equities that I still hold them. I don't. I mean, I do mostly long term. I hold my equity long term.
Okay, so thanks for that. Thank
you. Loki, would you like to ask your questions?
Yeah, it was an interesting presentation, first one to kickstart. So it was well done, but the case analysis, identification of key issues, there's a lot of repeat from what was already there in the case study. As far as plan of action is concerned, some interesting stuff like rounding up of daily transactions and gamification and cashback and so on. But I'd like to ask you guys a simple question. A millennial, what is the age group? What will be the age now that you're looking at? When you say millennial?
Like what age they'll be in right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the age bracket?
1996.
Ma'am, it is from 1980 bonds to 1997. So it will be from 28 to 40 bracket.
44, yeah, 44 to 34. Yeah, so some of them are already in their mid career, okay? 44s means they're well progressed in the career. So your solutions seem to be targeted at Gen Z, if I'm not wrong. Okay, you guys are Gen Z. So to get the new investors into it, that's what you guys are talking about, right? Rounding up of transactions and cashback and gamification. All this, like Raoji pointed out, they are small, very small things that will kind of make them kickstart. So that is good. But when talking about a large people in the mid career and they have to start investing, you need to come up with something more. How to create awareness, do more. I mean, need to look for more solutions from you people. Okay, the other assumptions that you made, that they are very socially conscious and they're looking for ESG funds. How did you come to that kind of a conclusion?
Ma'am, according to one of the report we studied, where
Which
we were talking
report?
about, it's a Deloitte report about millennials and the characteristics. It was shared by the Hindu itself with us. After going through it, we identified some like common key things among all the individuals of millennials globally, and we thought these will apply better over here.
Okay, I would like to see more evidence of people that
Like
they
we
would want
have
to put
data,
money
we have
into social causes, because, like Rauji pointed out, the goal and how much money you want to create, the wealth creation and the returns, they are what really get people into the game. Get them to
yes,
invest more
ma'am.
and more. The
So
return
when we
parts.
are looking at that, we are looking at adding themes to already current. So there is Tata Ethical Funds currently, which has around I think 2,000 crore of funds in it, and it's a top 3 among those with themes. So we are looking at we all invest because we want a good return. So that's the basic. We wanted to add more themes so that it'll be easier for peer-to-peer recommendations, or sharing it proudly with other users or those around you, that you're also concerned about these factors also.
Mm-hmm. Okay, anyway, it was a good effort and good luck to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Team 1.
Thank you, sir.
So glad to know you're already putting your money where your mouth is and investing in mutual funds, and so hope your investments give you good returns.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
All the best.
All the best. You may unshare now. You may log off now.
Okay, sir. Sure.
We now have another special AV from Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund.
Life is like cricket. When you get thrown a googly, how you bat is the difference between hitting a 6 and getting out. A simple example of a googly in life is your laptop crashing while you're working on an important business presentation. If you're smart and prepared, you should have your files backed up on the cloud and should recover from this loss quickly. If you are not prepared, you will have lost years of work. A complicated googly is the 2020 pandemic that shut the world down and disrupted businesses and economies globally. If you already had an online business module or quickly added one, you continued to work like normal. If you didn't, you probably struggled. As organizations, as employees, we try to plan for unexpected situations that could disrupt work. But as an individual, are you prepared to handle googlies like a medical emergency, a natural disaster, a recession, or another pandemic without draining your savings and generating a mountain of debt? If your answer is no, then it is time to set up a contingency fund that can handle life's googlies. What is a contingency fund? Like the name suggests, it is a fund that may help you survive in an emergency. A contingency fund may give you breathing room if your salary isn't paid or if you lose your job. You may not be stumped on how to pay your child's school fees, utility bill, and EMI, or worse, if you can put food on the table. How does a contingency fund help in these situations? Well, a good contingency fund is seeded with 6 to 9 months' salary. Do not panic. Yes, that's a lot of money. But you don't need to have it today. You will accumulate it slowly over time. All you have to do is stay committed and only use the fund for true emergencies. This means no spending it to upgrade your phone when it still works or using it to fund that spontaneous friend's trip. How to create a contingency fund? Think of a contingency fund as a systematic investment for unexpected situations. Step 1. Set up a contingency fund account. It can be a savings account, a liquid fund account, or any other type. Just make sure it is relatively safe, easy to access, and separate from your regular savings account. After all, you don't want to spend it accidentally. Step 2. Set achievable targets. When you are playing a match, you don't reach 400 runs on the first ball or even the first over. You keep your team motivated by setting smaller targets that will help you achieve the desired outcome. Similarly, set yourself smaller targets. Once you reach it, raise the bar higher until you have collected at least 6 months' salary. Step 3. Make your contingency fund a part of your financial plan. Analyze your existing income and expenses and find areas which can be tightened to give you a winning outcome. This should ensure you aren't struggling or forgetting to meet your targets every month. Step 4. Set up an automatic systematic contingency fund process. Start an auto debit to transfer your budgeted amount into your contingency fund account. Remember to increase the amount as your salary and expenses grow. Step 5. Replenish your systematic contingency fund. Every time you dip into your contingency fund, make sure you replenish it. This will ensure you are financially prepared to take on the next emergency, if any. Follow these steps with an aim to build a fund that could sustain your quality of life during an emergency. Start today and aim to be prepared to manage any googly that life may bring. An investor education and awareness initiative of Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
May now invite Team 2 to do their presentation.
Good morning to all the jury members present here. We are a team from NTPC School of Business presenting you a case on millennials in mutual fund, a dynamic 5-year strategic plan for AMFSI's market penetration. So going by the current trend and the scenario which we have been seeing since childhood, that the older generation was much more inclined towards investing in fixed deposits, securities and bonds, and had a conservative approach compared to the millennials of today. And compared to us, we can also say that they had limited exposure to the equity market because they were dependent upon the agents and the media was not so developed. Older individuals often preferred the safety and the stability preferred by the fixed deposits. FDs are the low risk investment with guaranteed returns, which can be expected over a fixed period of time. Bonds like government or corporate bonds were popular among older investors for their fixed interest payments. It gave them a sense of security. But then when we see at the newer generation, and I would like to particularly focus on the point post 2014, when the internet boom actually happened in India, when the internet got cheaper, it got more accessible. We can see that the younger generation is much more educated and inclined towards investing. So talking about the systematic investment plans, millennials often prefer SIPs for mutual funds, which allows them to invest in small amounts regularly. This strategy aligns with their income pattern and it obviously encourages the discipline in them for the long-term investing. Long-term investing discipline was previously much more strong in the older generation compared to the younger. The stock market participation is much more, millennials are more likely to engage directly in the stock market. The technological advancement and the availability of online trading platforms have made it easier for them to invest in the individual stocks. The risk appetite compared to the older generation is much more higher. Millennials tend to have a higher risk appetite compared to the older generations, and they are much more open to exploring the investment options that offer growth potential, even if it comes with the high volatility and the preference for liquidity. This is the most important point. The millennials value liquidity and flexibility in their investment. They are more likely to choose investment that allow easy withdrawals or reallocation of funds, which was almost negligible in the older generations. They focused on long terms, their goals were bigger, and they did not strive for short term goals like the millennials of this generation.
Sir, when we are talking about the Indian mutual fund market, we can see that there is a tremendous amount of growth, as it is 8.26 trillion in 2017, which eventually increased up to 50.7 trillion in 2023, which is around six-fold increase in a decade, sir. And and there is a double since 2018, reaching 50.78 billion by December 2023. There is an increase in investor participation also, as the number of investor follows doubled from 8.03 crore in 2018 to 16.49 crore in 2023. And there is a rise of systematic investment plans, which was initially 1 crore in April 2016 and reached 7.64 crore in December 2023. So we can, there is a minimal impact. We can see the millennials contributed 54% of the new investors, transforming the investment landscape. Women millennials are actively participating with 30% joining in 2023. And there is an investment substantial of around 1 lakh 3,744 crore over past 5 years, showcasing there is a financial strength, and 54% of the non-investors who remained invested 2019 to 2023 were millennials accumulating asset worth 96,000 crore by March 2023, sir. So who are the millennials basically? Early 1980s to early 90s, we are defining them as the millennials. The two characteristics which they possess are like they are experience driven, value experience over material possession, seeking purpose and fulfillment. Financially, they are aware, no, not most of them, but they are getting due to the media and the social media and the YouTube, they are getting aware of day-to-day financial activities which are being done. They are, let's say, comfortable with the technology, utilizing digital platform for financial management and transaction. Even they are using applications for their day-to-day activity, day-to-day spendings, which they can monitor from the app alone. Then there is current investment behavior and saving habits, which is going beyond traditional options like earlier they used to do a fixed deposit option, PF options. They are getting away from it and start to take the risk in their investment portfolio also, sir. Now, Mr. will continue from here, sir.
So now let's talk about the challenges which we might see when we are targeting the millennials for the AUM market. So the low savings rate is a big aversion for which the millennials are not yet focusing as strongly as the oldies were focusing towards the FDs. So when we talk about the low savings rate, millennials face challenges in maintaining a consistent savings rate due to the financial priorities and lifestyle choices. They are much more in the moment than having a mindset of long-term things, because they are much more impromptu compared to the older generations which was into the investing game. The focus on the immediate aversion to the volatility may lead to a preference for a safer but low returning investment options, and the lack of financial knowledge which is still there. Despite being tech savvy, a significant portion of millennials may lack comprehensive financial knowledge. Limited understanding of investment instruments and market dynamics can hinder confident decision making, but we can see a huge shift since the internet has got much more accessible. We can see that the finfluencers, it's a new term which has been coined recently, and even we must say that the SEBI is also keeping a keen eye on them, because youngsters are actually getting influenced by the people who are suggesting investment ideas on Instagram and YouTube, because that's where the younger people are. If we talk about the marketing in older days, we could see that LIC के ads ज़्यादा आते थे, grow का ad नहीं आता, अब आना चालू हुआ है, but then the grow and Zerodha has been in game for very long. So, and they are very much inclined towards the younger generation because it's much more accessible to them. Now, leveraging on technology, we should capitalize on millennials' affinity for technology by offering user-friendly, intuitive investment platforms, using robo-advisors and digital tools to simplify investment process and enhance accessibility, and goal-based solutions. Offering goal-based solution is very important because it will help in the tailor investment products that will align with millennial specific life goals, such as home purchase or travel, education, or even retirement. Positioning mutual funds as tools to achieve these objectives provide a tangible and purposeful investment approach. The financial, talking about the financial and financial education initiatives, the implementation is targeted toward the financial education program to enhance millennials' understanding of investment and the concepts. So we must, the companies who are targeting millennials must come with the product strategies tailored for millennials, like thematic data funds, thematic data funds grew 3x in AUM from 2020 to 2023. It was mentioned in a report by Crisil. And we can see a huge shift in the Invesco by Nifty ETF and Axis ESG Value Fund, the blue chip fund, the high volatility funds, which are targeting majorly IT bound companies. Goal-based SIP is also seeing high rise, 40% rise in contribution in 2022 AFMI report. The micro investing, small step, big gains. Micro investing platforms like Grow and Jar grew 50% in the users, as I said before. Following them, other companies who are providing financial services came into the game, like Paytm with their SIP with as low as 100, and Econ apps in the US. A low-cost index fund gives the broad exposure to millennials with a very minimal fee. We should be addressing the millennials with the millennial values. We are very much focused toward ESG. We are focused towards IT. We are focused towards technology. So ESG focused thematic funds and ethical index resonate with the environmental and the social concerns. User-friendly investment platforms and mobile apps offer convenient access, focusing more on reducing the downtime. Personalization of goal-based SIPs and thematic funds cater to individual aspirations. Ashok.
15 minutes over, 5 minutes more.
Yes.
Okay, so we should be more focused on including women investors, as there are. So we should be designing mutual funds for women-centric, because although they are managing the household finances, but they are still lagging in exploring the investment opportunities. it should have a less financial terms and more of the objective level, which will eventually improve their motivation in adopting these alternative options for investment. Then, sir, there is a okay, the millennials want to invest in mutual funds, but due to irregular spending habits, they are unable to do so. So we should promote them to invest in the first week of the salary being credited, and we should try to tap in that investment, which will eventually benefit us. And in the present moment, when we exit from the market with our funds, there is a lag between the exit date and the amount that is being reflected in our account. So,
Does the slide has to change, or is the same slide?
No, it's the same slide now.
Okay. The voice isn't very clear still. I'm still having trouble understanding him. Okay, please continue.
So by changing the manual, there is a lag between exit amount and amount that is reflected in our account. So by charging a minimum amount, we can reduce this time. So then there is a role of minimums will be attractive to saving in mutual fund. Change the slide.
I'll take over now. As we are running very short on time, I would like to say that we came up with a lucrative idea of introducing an app. We named the app Sentiment. It's an app in which it follows the same business model as the jar and other small investing apps, which encourages users to invest. But then the basic difference is that those apps used to guide the investment in the SVG or sovereign gold bonds, but then here we are promoting it to SIPs. So the concept is that Sentiment will automatically invest the spare change which into the systematic investment plans. Like let's take an example. If the user is paying 68.75 rupees for any transaction, it will be rounded off to 70 rupees, and the remaining amount will be invested in some fund which can be chosen by the user if themselves. So the benefit will be they can effortlessly grow their wealth by putting their spare change to work in the market. They can choose as per their requirement: high return, tax saving, small, mid, and large cap. So the things which can be tapped by this is the financial insecurity. It will offer a seamless and low cost entry to investment market, promoting a sense of financial security, and it will build the habit of saving, which the millennials lack. It will simplify the investment process, promote long-term disciplined investment through SIPs. It will offer a user-friendly platform with a simple interface, minimizing jargon and streamlining the investment process. It will automatically discourage the impulsive spending habit by diverting money into the SIPs. The habit will change as the users will see money coming to the bank, and it will be a tech-savvy convenience. It can be promoted later by multi-channel marketing approach. We can say that the millennials are very much digitally connected and are very easily influenced by what they see on by the ads running on the social media platforms. The new ad campaign which we can see is through now podcast. Even big tech companies owners and fintech companies owners are also starting with their own podcast, even though उनके खुद के servers अभी down हो जा रहे हैं, but then still they are trying. Influencer marketing, content marketing, community building on Reddit, on Discord, that can be done, and to organize virtual event challenges and contests to foster a sense of community. So for the conclusion and the call of action will be: the proposed strategy focuses on tapping the millennial preferences and addressing their investment anxieties. The impact which will be seen is that the potential for the significant user acquisition and AUM growth with millennial focused approach and improve financial literacy and investment among the millennials. For AMFI, it will be the call of action will be to embrace the millennial opportunity in time, implementing a roadmap and staying agile with the adaptable in the rapidly changing landscape by investing in the marketing and education. Thank you, Malik. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Nishai, and thanks, Ashutosh. Could be because of the noise coming from the Ashutosh system. Some parts we couldn't hear fully, but let me give the one appreciation is the way the presentation is structured and presented. My sincere compliments to both of you. It is really nicely done with a clarity.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's very nicely done. And some of those ideas like your sentiment tab and then multi-channel stuff and community building, some of these things really gone well. But when it comes to the last slide, when you spoke about plan of action, probably for me it looks little more generic and it is not created any clarity. What is that plan of action I can take back home? It's what is
Sir,
that we can do?
due to the lack of time, sir, I stopped, but then I could have explained it in a much better way.
Now you can explain, we have time.
Sir, now the thing is that we cannot lure the younger generation the way we lured the older generation. We do not have the time to sit with an agent and discuss things through. We can also see that agents are drove out of the market as the technical scene has changed since 2014. There are no more brokers. Everyone are the brokers themselves. They are making informed decisions. They are still okay with the losses too, because the purchasing power has gone up. Now talking about the channels uh, uh, in the 5 year time, we can propose a proper 5 year roadmap for either coming with the app or coming up with a new hedge fund which is directly inclined toward companies which are focused on ESG, because the younger generation is very much aware about the climate change also. There are three very big high hedge funds which is there in the US, and it has seen tremendous gain in past 3 years itself since its proposal in the market. So these things can be implemented in the scenario of India. Now that will be aligning to the nation's goals, SDG 6 goals also. So that will get a leverage of that too in the global market. So these are the points which can be accumulated with this and can be parallelly said with the app too. It can be put together.
Yeah.
I can come up with a very detailed report too if you want me to after the competition gets over.
That's nice, Nishai, and appreciate your question answer for that. But I have one question which is a little beyond. I'm glad you put millennial definition very clarity, 1980 to almost 2020. To 2000. It's means the earliest guy could be today 44 years or 43 years, and the youngest guy could be 23 years. And for me, my question related to you is the people who are coming in the bracket of 20 to 30. And there is one aspect in the presentation, in your expectations, which we spoke about. What is kind of a picture of the behavior, you are expected. If you are not presented is fine, but if you are thinking something, it's a top of the mind recall. If there is one thing in the next 5 years, if AMFI intend to do behavioral change for these young boys and young girls, what is that we need to do?
So do a digital campaign and move away from television. Divert the money which is being spent on the television ads to digital campaigns, to come to colleges, to go to hotspot, to go to IT hotspots where actually young generations like us are sitting and discussing things. We do it on the go. So the promotion and the knowledge building should be also on the go. No, I'll give you a very recent example. I went to a bank and the employee came up to me and it was the same traditional approach that I see that you have money in your bank. Why don't you invest? And I was least interested to talk. But then मैं खुद investment opportunities रील पे देखता हूँ बैठ के कि कहाँ करना चाहिए कहाँ नहीं करना चाहिए. I find that more impactful for me than the traditional method, which was very much impactful for the older generations. So in the next 5 years, so as I said, the campaign buildup should be in the campaigns where the young minds are.
Yeah, I got your point, but I'm just talking about one part. You gave what Amphi is. I mean, partly majority of it is already doing, but I'm looking at on the behavioral aspect of the people. I mean, like you put very
The
nicely how
behavioral
they're
aspects
just
will change.
yeah. Just a minute, I'll
Behavior.
complete my question. You put in the first slide or second slide there is a generational shift and there is a mindset shift from the older generation to the new generation. And if that new generation, if I have to channelize them rightly to put their money for their long term. And what is that you feel an industry body can do?
So, one point which Ashutosh said, which might have missed because of the voice, uh, um, targeting the let me complete, Ashu. Targeting the young investors in the first week of the salary month, in the first week when they get their salaries, because of their borderline approach of living. If they are given an opportunity to invest, or if they are approached in the first week itself, there is a high chance that a huge chunk might fall into that. Most of the youngsters move away from it because post mid month they do not have the budget to go in that. It's a very big thing. A guy earning 35,000, a fresher of my age will get a basic salary of 6.5 anywhere. तो 30-35 हजार हाथ में, 50 हजार हाथ में बनते हैं, बहुत अच्छे से अच्छा होगा तो हाथ में बचता नहीं है बाद में पैसा डालने को, सोचते हैं तो भी नहीं बचता. And this is the dead weight loss for the companies. This is the dead weight loss for AFMI. This is the untapped market which they can tap. I'm not saying that they might get a very huge lucrative result, but then there is still an opportunity to cover some share which can come into that.
Okay,
I'll give you an example.
Thanks to both of you and all the best. And over to my other jury members.
Yeah, Rajesh.
Shall I go first, Loki?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks. So Ashutosh, Nishchay, thank you. Please continue the pursuit of trying to solve problems. Best wishes on that. This is one that you've gotten as a case study. If I were to look at it as a boardroom conversation, I will distill your entire presentation into two solutions. One solution that you have given me is an app, and the other solution that you have given us is to create a structure of a product which rides more on sustainable development, socially responsible investing, and a thematic approach to a product. So effectively, if I distill your answers, at least what I carried back as a member of the board amongst yourselves is these are the two solutions: build an app, create this product.
Yes.
I want both of you to tell me and tell us what are the risks to what you have proposed. Because the way I look at it is, there are a dime a dozen apps already. And there are many thematic funds already. Across asset managers in India, we have thematic funds, which you are talking about. The apps that you're talking about, very well made, very well designed, very high on user interface, as well as very high on user experience. You have all of that. So which means what you have proposed, at least for me, doesn't seem to be very different from what we already have. So you, in a way, to challenge what you're saying, I would say you are proposing to do the same thing, but you are promising a different result.
Yes.
So that is the challenge. Please allow me to complete, Nishchay. This is the second time a jury member is requesting you to allow the jury member to complete. So in the boardroom, what we also expect is people listen. Yeah. So please allow me to complete. So my question to you is, this is what a member of the board is telling you, that, hey, well done, my friends, you have thought about a solution, but your solution seems to be me too. So I'm fine. We will go with that. But both of you tell me, what's the risk of this not happening? become your own solutions, devil's advocate, and tell us right now, this is a challenge that I'm throwing at you as a jury member. What's the hole in your strategy?
So, the whole is, we do not have the market analysis done yet, still an idea. So to come up with a better result, sir, I would say that I need to do a SWOT analysis at the first, which we have not performed as of now. Now, taking the point, as you say, that there are many apps, but then sir, there are very few apps which are investing or following.
Sorry to cut you. Stay with the question. My question is not asking you to defend your suggestion. My question is both of you to punch holes in whatever you suggested. I'm flipping the coin. It doesn't mean that if you don't punch holes and you say your strategy is the best, you don't understand the gaps in your strategy. I'm also trying to understand as a member of the board whether my co-member, Mr. Nischay, and my co-member, Mr. Astosh, are open enough in their mind to come to a conversation where they say, I may have proposed something, but I also understand these could be the issues with my proposal, or these are the shortcomings in my proposal. So when I look at a boardroom challenge, I'm also looking at, to be very explicit, whether you have the understanding of the weaknesses in your own proposal. And if you are able to articulate that weaknesses to us as a jury, then articulating that weakness is your strength.
Yes.
If you cannot articulate your weakness and you continue to say that what you propose is the best and be all and end all solution, then so be it. I will take that answer also. That's fine. The choice is yours.
Sir, actually, the idea of proposing that tapping the investments from the first week of the salary credit. So basically, changing the behavior of the workers, because very much irregular from the time from their start their job. So we are trying to tapping that investment. So it's not eventually achieved in one or two. So there is a problem that although we take salary part of the salary from the investment, but eventually in coming months that by the end of the month eventually funds from somewhere else. So how we are going to manage that part as lagging on that. If we take it from the part of the salary and invested, but eventually we will fall higher. Because of the numbers can have it. How will it change that style of it over Google struggling part? And there is right now
Sir, I would like to bring a point. Like I said, targeting the sustainability companies or ESG companies. So there can something which popped in my mind right now, that there can be a challenge that the sustainability focused funds may face challenge if the companies within the portfolios encounter environmental or social controversies. So that can be a challenge. And then there are challenges of personalized investment solution may not always align perfectly with the individual goals, because it in the first place itself it will be a suggestion, essentially leading to dissatisfaction. There can be a chance that instead of doing good, it can lead to dissatisfaction among a huge chunk of investors, which may go the other way for the company.
Sure. Thanks, Nischay. I've noted down your points. My last question to you, Nischay. During your answers or your suggestions during your presentation, you referred to a couple of hedge funds who are doing very well. I have one basic question, and you will have to answer me in 2 sentences. My basic question, you have to answer me in 2 sentences. That is your challenge. What is the difference between a hedge fund and a mutual fund?
the hedge funds are more risk-averse funds compared to the mutual funds are as of today?
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Loki?
Yeah, my previous jury members have made most of the points clear. I like the way you understood the case itself, Nishchay and Ashutosh. I think the way you defined the case and the problem and all, that was very lucid and very clear. You understood it, that this segment wants to take more risk. They have more disposable income in their hands, all that stuff, and they want liquidity. And because of the postponement of life events, they have more income in their hands, more amount in their hands. That was all very well analyzed. The initial part was very good, the build-up was good. But when you came to giving solutions, I think there was a bit of you slowed down, because there's nothing very new or groundbreaking in the way the solution that you presented, because we want to have about 15% of the millennial population coming into the mutual funds. So what you're suggesting may not make that happen, because most of the product solutions you're giving are already out there. So we wanted something more. So maybe you could have worked a little bit more, but I'll stop there. Okay, thank you and good luck.
Okay. Thank you, Nishchay and Ashutosh. All the best to you both, and you may log off now.
Thanks. All the best.
We now have another special AV from Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund.
Benefits of SIP, STP, SWP. Win with SIP. This is Sid. He recently started working and wishes to invest his money in the stock markets. But his salary isn't much, and he has only a small sum of money left to invest every month. While he was contemplating on what he could do, his elder sister Reena came to his rescue. An avid investor herself, Reena introduced him to the magic trio of SIP, STP, SWP.
Don't worry, you don't really need a large amount to start investing. You can invest as little as 500 rupees weekly, monthly or quarterly using SIP, that is Systematic Investment Plan in mutual funds. And before you wonder how it could help, let me tell you, a SIP has many advantages. 1. It lets you start small. And when you invest every month, you average your purchasing cost. So, you needn't worry about timing the market. For example, let's assume you invest 500 rupees every month. Given the market volatility, the cost of purchasing a unit of a mutual fund will change every month. Say, in the first month, you may get 40 units for 500 rupees. In the second month, you may also get 25 units for the same amount and perhaps more in the next month, say 45 units. This difference in price averages out over time, giving you the best possible price per unit over time. 2. You not only make your money work, you also make time work in your favor by starting to invest sooner than later. 3. You also benefit from the power of compounding by reinvesting the profits earned from your investments in mutual funds. Let me explain. Suppose you invest 500 rupees per month for a year. In 12 months, you will have invested 6,000 rupees. Let's assume your money grows at 8% during the year. So, your investments will be worth 6,480 rupees at the end of year 1. Now, if you leave the entire amount invested in the fund and continue with your SIP, by the end of the second year, your investment would be 12,480 rupees. That is 6,480 rupees plus 6,000 rupees. But given the 8% returns, you would have earned a profit of 998.4 rupees. And this amount will continue to compound as long as you stay invested.
This is quite enlightening. But sis, I have a doubt. When I get a bonus at the end of the year, how do I invest it? I don't want to take the risk of timing the market.
I'm glad you are catching on, Sid. You just need to be smart with your investments. You can park your bonus in a low-risk debt or liquid fund initially, and then set up a STP, that is a systematic transfer plan, which will transfer fixed amounts from this scheme to other debt and equity schemes regularly and give you all the advantages of a SIP. So you don't have to worry about timing the market. And while the SIPs happen, your money isn't lying idle in your bank. It is earning interest in debt or liquid fund. And just like a SIP, STP allows you to set the duration of your investment period. For example, if you get a 50,000 bonus, you can choose to invest 5,000 in a single scheme or 1,000 in 5 different schemes over the next 10 months. You can make this choice based on what goal you wish to achieve.
You have a solution for everything. I have one more question though. I can keep my investments going every month, but how can I withdraw, say after 10 years, without the hassle of timing the markets?
Well, Sid, this one is easy too. Let's assume you are investing for your retirement funds. Once you retire, you can turn your SIP into a SWP, that is a systematic withdrawal plan, and get a fixed income at regular intervals. So if you need 25,000 rupees per month to meet your expenses, you can set up the SWP to deposit 25,000 rupees into your bank account every month or 75,000 rupees every quarter. SWP gives you the flexibility to choose. A SWP not only aims to give you protection against market volatility, it keeps your money working for you. So, you see, when you SIP, STP or SWP, you aim to win on multiple levels, today as well as tomorrow.
An investor education and awareness initiative of Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
May now invite Team 3 to do their presentation.
Greetings, Team EMFI. Today, we, the members of Prosper Consulting, stand before you not only as consultants, but as the extended family of EMFI. We hope to embark on this journey of growth and symbiotic development.
Greetings, Team MFI. Before we get to the market strategies and 5-year plans, let's take a look at the Indian mutual fund outlook. So last year, we saw a surge of 20% in asset under management, beating countries like China and Japan, from 40.5 trillion rupees in November 2022 to 48.75 trillion rupees in November 2023. The average asset under management for the Indian mutual fund industry stood at 51.05 trillion rupees as of December 2023. The trajectory of the last 2023 says there was a slow there was a declining trend in the beginning, which touched its lowest point in March, but there was remarkable recovery by the end. In a country of population 1.4 billion, only 40 million unique mutual fund investors are there, contributing to less than 3% of the population. My colleague Navid will carry on.
So, as already mentioned, very little population from India currently invest in mutual fund, and out of that, the millennials are even lesser. So, we can see that the millennials are not focusing on investment, but they focus on valued experiences and possessions at the current age. So, as we can see in the chart displayed, this is a study conducted on a sample of 2419 people, which shows how millennials are investing currently. So we bifurcate millennials in older millennials and younger millennials. So the older ones are the ones born between 1981 to 1989, and the younger ones would be the millennials born between 1990 to 1996. So as we can see in the first chart, that the millennials are the younger millennials are investing very little in each of the above mentioned instruments, compared to the Gen X, the persons born in 1965 to 1980. And in the chart below, we can see the younger millennials. The 28%, around 28% of them do not invest in either of the instruments. So we can see that the millennials are not currently focusing on investment, rather they are focusing on experiences and possessions. Also, the younger millennials are the ones who have also seen the financial crisis of 2008 and the COVID crisis, and that they have not yet come upon with a proper trust in the market, and they believe that the business impact in 2023 would be worse than was worse than the year 2022. So they are still not focusing on investment in mutual funds, and but they are still focused on positive societal change. As we can see, the millennials nowadays are focusing on societal investments, investment in green economy. So that might be an area of interest for the millennials, but they're still a lot risk averse, and so they're not trying to focus on mutual fund investment and at the current time. Also, they want flexibility at work, and they think that by spending they can get that flexibility, and also the experience is what matters for them at the current moment. So over to the next slide. We will be seeing the investment behaviors and saving behaviors for millennials. So millennials are currently saving only 10 to 11% on an average of their income, which is way less than the 50-30-20 rule, which is a general thumb rule that 50% should be spent on our needs, and 30% on our wants, and 20% in savings. So if we see the current trend for millennials, they are still saving way lesser, almost half of what they should, and they are in the early stage of their career. So as I already mentioned, they are focusing on experiences, and also they are focusing on lifestyle. So they are still spending 25% of what they save to cater to those lifestyles. And nowadays people are also taking additional jobs like freelancing tasks and everything to cater to those needs, and they're still spending. They are shifting towards savings and investments, but the younger millennials, as we have already seen, that they're still not heavily investing into the investment funds. They are digitally savvy, and they can easily invest as compared to the older generation, which was not digitally savvy, but they still need convincing to invest, and they still need a push from maybe from the marketing side, maybe from the government, to start investing, and they should be provided proper awareness, and they should be made aware about the benefits, and basically the trust building among the millennials has to be improved. So now my colleague will overtake in the product strategies.
Thank you, Naivedya. I'll be carrying forward. Now, having built an understanding of who millennials are and what characteristics they possess, let's go one step forward and devise a product strategy such that we cater to their needs. Now, we have come up with 4 types of mutual funds that we believe will be the way forward. First one is the green mutual funds. The green mutual funds will consist of those companies that are into the renewable energy sector, as well as alternate energy fuel sector, such as electric vehicles, as well as ethanol companies. Now, why are we doing this? Because we believe the product should be aligned with Indian government strategies as well as the global strategies. The Indian government has set a target of achieving 50% of the renewable energy, 50% of its energy needs through renewable sources by 2030, and which is a remarkable. But that is not the only goal which is set for 2030. On a global scale, 17 SDGs have been set, which are Sustainable Development Goals. And various SDGs, we believe, can be impacted through green mutual funds, such as sustainable cities and consumption, and clean energy and sanitation. In fact, even Aditya Birla Group has entered into the renewable energy sector through Aditya Birla Renewables in the year 2011. millennials are more focused towards, more inclined towards the impact they are having on the environment. So we believe that this is the right product for them. Another problem that millennials face is that they feel that they are paying a lot of tax and they are left with little in-hand income. Here, ELSS funds can come in hand. ELSS stands for Equity Linked Savings Schemes. They'll provide good returns as well as tax saving benefits immediately. Millennials they to some extent lack some patience. Mutual funds are for the long run, but if you provide saving on your taxable income, you'll reap the benefits immediately. And the third product that we have come up with is debt funds. Out of the fraction of people that invest, the investment instruments are scattered. Some of them are investing in mutual funds, some are going directly onto equity, some are going to commodities, some are going to debt, some are going for fixed deposits and RDs. We believe that in order to push people from fixed deposits and RDs to mutual funds, the middle step can be debt funds, as fixed deposits provide a lower return but high safety. Debt funds provide a high safety as well as higher returns. So it will be easier to transition from fixed deposits to debt funds instead of going directly and bearing the risk of equity. And last, as we can see, millennials, we bifurcated at the start into two parts, younger as well as older millennials, ranging from the age 28 to 43. Now a trend of FIRE, which is financial independence and retire early, has been going on among the youth. People want to retire before the age of 50. Here, what we want to do is propose a higher risk appetite in mutual fund for the younger millennials and a lower risk appetite for the older millennials. Now my colleague will be carrying forward.
To cater to the millennials, we have to position ourselves in a way that is approachable and approachable to the audience, the investors, and they can see us as see AMFI as a trusted advisor. For an example, when it comes to RBI, commercial banks as well as the account holders see RBI as a trusted advisor. So AMFI has to be a trusted advisor in the eyes of public when it comes to mutual funds. Another way to position themselves is to appeal to the millennial value. The values are financial independence, flexibility, and stability. AMFI has to emphasize that mutual fund is in it for the long haul, to emphasize long-term growth over the quick wins. Let's see how AMFI can apply marketing strategies to get more millennial investors in mutual funds. So the first step would be to brand itself through a tagline or slogan. Example would be LIC and HDFC Life. The tagline of LIC is Zindagi ke saath bhi, Zindagi ke baad bhi. The problem here is that people don't generally want to think about Zindagi ke baad bhi wala part. So especially the millennials. And the tagline of HDFC Life is Sir Utha Kijiyo. Now see, the tagline of HDFC Life is quite positive and inspiring. So that's why a tagline would be a defining game when it comes to branding. So a tagline like Karo Har Sapne Pure can be a good tagline because it is both inspiring and aligning with the values of the investors that we are looking to target. AFI, we can also partner with employers, colleges, platforms that millennials already use and trust. Employers can be there can be a variable component in the CTC for dedicated for mutual fund investment. For colleges, there can be awareness programs and initiatives. And platforms like Paytm and PhonePe, there can be an additional feature for mutual fund investment. Another marketing strategy is using digital ads and social media through influencer partnership. Also, we can leverage FOMO, fear of missing out, because the investors would feel if they miss out the early investor opportunity, they might miss the benefits of investment in the long term. Now my colleague Ayush will carry on.
Now we have come up with the product as well as marketing strategies. Now let's structure them into a 5-year plan. As we can see with the speedometer analogy, we'll keep pedaling from time to time. First, we are divided into 3 phases: phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Phase 1 and phase 3 will cover 2 years, and phase 2 will be the middle year, which is the 3rd year. For phase 1, what we first want to do is generate awareness. And we'll be doing this through 3 pushes. The first one is market research. Before we invest any amount of money into anything, we should be having sufficient data, and not only sufficient data, but the right data. For that, we want to understand millennials on a larger scale, and we can do thorough market research in order to understand them. And second is we suggest that as of now, AMFI doesn't have its own app. It has its own website, but we believe that AMFI can leverage technology to flourish. As millennials are very digitally savvy, they are always on one app or the other. They order products with the click of a button and expect the product with the blink of an eye. Here, AMFI can leverage this. And next is the urban push. As we saw that there has been a 6-fold increase in the assets under management in the last 10 years. But majority of this has been through urban push, as it has been inclined almost 85% towards the urban scale. While on one hand, this leads to inequalities, but in order to leverage this opportunity further, we believe we can focus first on urban push and generate revenues. The next phase will be focused more on driving engagement. Over here, we can collaborate with financial influencers, as nowadays everyone's on their phone and they don't have much time to read the newspaper, but they do have time to see a 1-minute reel. And here, financial influencers can promote mutual funds. And next is the rural push. While only 15% of the growth has come from the rural side, it has tremendous potential. Even if private institutions don't see immediate benefits in the rural push, we can open small institutions. Like if commercial banks did not open their branches in the rural, small associations were formed in order to push banking. The same can be done with mutual funds. And third is social media. For our parents' generation, TV advertisements were the way to go. Even in mutual funds sahi hai was the advertisement campaign in which Sachin Tendulkar was coming on TV from time to time. Here we can push our own tagline is Karo Har Sapna Pura through social media, as it is assuring as well as engaging. And last, retention. Acquiring customers in the mutual fund sector can come at a high cost, but the high cost should be borne because it can generate long-term values. Here, we would like to take a page out of Zerodha's book. In 2020, I was going through a podcast of Nitin Kamath, and as we saw that Nitin Kamath talked about the impact of COVID on Zerodha. He said that before COVID, the average age of the Zerodha customer was 32, and post-COVID, it is 28. Now, this is a very good thing, but there has not been a similar growth in the assets during that time because the younger generation don't have that much resources to play with. But what Zerodha focuses
15 minutes over, 5 more minutes.
Okay, 5 more minutes. Yeah. What Zerodha focuses is on retention, and we believe we should track along similar lines as well. As if we start, if the younger millennials start even with 500 or 1,000 rupees, the habit of investing is what will play in the long run. And various metrics and tracking we suggest should be implemented so that our progress is not only good, but we can build on our progress. Now, next. Now, moving on to the next slide. Now, this presentation might have come to an end, but we hope that this collaborative journey of ours doesn't. You can contact us on prosperconsulting@outlook.in. Thank you.
Right. Interesting. You can unshare your screen now.
Well done, Ayush, Navaday, and Anmol. Good presentation. I mean, probably you could have saved a little more time and go focus more on the last one had you avoided first two slides explaining predominantly about the case and industry analysis. And I mean, that is not required for you when you are presenting. But most of the part, I really like the approach, the way you put it. I mean, whether it's the behavioral aspect of the millennials or the product strategy or solutions. And I also like the way you put it, your positioning of the marketing strategy into, I mean, normally we use the riskometer, but you have your strategy meter, which you put it awareness, engagement, and retention. It's a good part. Probably there was one error, one typo error in that slide was influencers. The S is missing. Rest is, I mean, I think there's that. And a habit of it's a fantastic. But coming back on a few things to understand. One, you have created a clarity on understanding the segment. But if you are looking at the behavior of the investors, I mean, the millennials, where you're organized into young and older millennial. I'm talking about the young millennials. If I need to do something on the education piece to create a content or work with them in the next 5 years, how they can the impacting them on the behavioral aspect, like you put more about the spending habits of them. Probably if I want to convert them into the savers and investors, what is that one thing we need to do? Any of you can take this.
Yes, sir. So to influence their behavior to start investing and to start saving, first of all, as we mentioned, that the current generation of millennials is focusing on the social media, and as mentioned, the influencers and social media impacts the millennials' life largely because we are always on our phones and we try to catch the FOMO. So one of the major steps could be creating such content that can lead them to start saving and investing, which has already started to happen, but we can push to that already going on growth. And one more thing is awareness. Most of us are aware what mutual funds are, but still the benefits of mutual funds are not captured by the millennials because they do not focus on mutual funds because equities equity show them that there is a higher rate of return, in which they forget the part that there's also a higher part of the risk. So we can leverage on that and show them the benefits of mutual funds and a stability because the millennials are also focusing on financial stability. They want to retire early. So we can create awareness revolving around the part that they will be getting stable returns and they will be able to capture higher returns in the long run.
Adding on
Yeah,
to that.
thanks, Navidai. Yeah, please go ahead.
Nowadays, there has been a trend called value-driven marketing, in which the marketing campaigns are catered such that people feel that the product or the service is along their line of beliefs and values. Like we mentioned in our presentation, what millennial values is financial independence as well as flexibility. And another key trend has been sustainability. So we have catered our products such that through green mutual funds, we are catering towards sustainability. For financial independence, we are catering towards retirement funds. And for flexibility, we believe debt is the way to go. Debt funds the way to go.
Aish, a question, you when in the presentation you spoke about the sustainability and now also you emphasized probably what you understand by sustainability.
Sustainability for me is doing your own things in such a way that you don't impact your future generations from being able to do their things. Like if I am opening any particular shop or opening any production line or providing any service, I should utilize the resources in such a way so that tomorrow when my child wants to come up with its own thing, he doesn't feel that there's an opportunity cost over there.
Thank you, and over to my other jury members. They will take over. And all the best to all the three of you. But you did fairly good job. Keep it up.
Thank you. Rajesh.
Yes, I thank you. Thank you, Ayush, Navede, and Anmol. Very nice to hear from youngsters. I just had a couple of questions, and I'll focus on the product strategy. Um, so you gave four strategies in terms of how the industry can come forward with products, and all these products already exist. We have some form of green mutual funds. We have ELSS, debt, and retirement funds. So, from an existing industry point of view, what you've suggested is it very different, which is fine. That's okay. But can you tell me what exactly is lacking in today's industry that this very same product strategy you're saying, because the products exist, the very same product strategy that you have proposed is not doing what is expected to do as per your presentation? What's the gap in today's industry then? Do you know? Or have you tried to understand?
Yeah, I would like to take this.
Yeah.
Like we bifurcated in our presentation, millennials are of two types: older millennials as well as younger millennials. The older millennials share more characteristics with the generation before them, whereas the younger millennials are a completely different ball game. The products that we put forward are mostly taken by the older millennials, but there is a massive opportunity where the younger millennials should also be taking them. But as we saw with their saving and investment habits, they are not at that stage yet. So we believe there is a gap in awareness as well as initiative in from the younger lifestyle.
Okay. I have just one more question. Again, I will refer back to your slides. So you try to tell us what's the millennial mindset. That was your earlier slide, and so if you were to say, what aspect of this mindset are you approaching in your strategy? Because I just asked questions about product strategy, and you did allude to how the millennials think. So if you refer to your own slide, what is that key takeaway? Because there's a lot on that slide. What is the key takeaway to make your product strategy work?
Yes, sir, I would take that. So, sir, the major gap that we see around millennials are they are still the investment and the savings part of their income is still very less as compared to the older generations and as compared to the current investors from other generations, which is very low, 10 to 11%. And also adding on to that part, the percentage of millennials investing in the mutual fund market is also very low. So first we have to cater to the mindsets of people that they should start investing and saving more part of their income. Maybe we can start gradually increasing that, and then we have to create awareness because they are still not financially aware and they are more risk averse. So they think that because they are not aware, so they are not trying to enter into that space. So we have to change their belief that by investing into mutual funds, they'll start moving on to financial freedom. And as the younger millennials are currently focusing on their career, so funds is the way to go because they won't have to focus more on their investments, more on their investment on a daily basis, as they would have to do in equity market or in stock market. So first part would be awareness, then starting to change their behavior towards investment and savings. That would help the millennials to start investing, and then our part would come to gather or to catch the major chunk of millennials who are still not investing. As we have seen in our slide, that 28% of the millennials are still not investing in any of those instruments. So first we have to create a financial awareness among the millennials. That would help them to start investing and gradually keep on growing.
Adding to Naviday's point, another key takeaway is to add value to the millennial mindset. Unless value is stated, they won't be promoted to invest in the mutual funds.
So how do you state that?
Sir, excuse me, state what, sir?
No, you just mentioned you have to add value to the mindset. So how do you add value? How do you state? How do you state that?
Okay, sir. So firstly, we need to find out what the values of millennials actually are. So their values are to get financial independence, to get flexibility. So providing products which align with their values would increase their investment in those products.
So adding on to that, sir. So the younger millennials are the persons who are early on in their career, and also they might have student loans due to which they might not be investing. So we will have to add value according to that and show them the way that by investing in mutual funds on an early age, they can create wealth which can be utilized by them in the later part of their life, and they can cater to those expenses, and that would only help them to pay those loans and create wealth. And so and one more thing is that the millennials do not like ambiguity. They do not like anything that they don't know. So as we are focused again and again focusing on awareness part, so first awareness around the mutual funds have to be created, and the benefits that they can get in the longer run, as I mentioned, that the student loans that they might have, and the financial risk aversion, because they have seen many crises and they are still not trusting the markets. So the trust has to be built upon, and they will have to see the benefits. So that can be shown through awareness around this area.
Okay, my last one. I just want to flip back to Anmol. Anmol, you mentioned about value, and you stated financial independence. Anmol?
Yes.
Is that a value or is that a goal?
So financial independence.
Yes. You mentioned we need to add value, and you stated a couple of examples. And both were financial independence, and what is the second you mentioned?
Flexibility, sir.
Flexibility. So which of these are values and which of these are goals?
Sir, if we take a look at financial independence and flexibility, to the investors, both of them are goals, their end goals. They want a flexible schedule, flexible earning, and they want financial independence. So both of them are goal for the investor, and to get investment from the investors, we need to add value. So for us, it would be a value creation to the investors by allowing them to achieve their goals. We are creating value.
Okay. Thank you for bringing clarity. Thanks. Nothing more. Thank you. Vinay, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Loki, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Ayush, Navedha, and Anmol for the presentation. It was very clear. You understood the problem very well, and I liked your marketing and branding strategy also. The way you said that "Karo Har Sapna Pura," that is talking about their aspirations. That's what this million is all about. They have a lot of aspirations and wants. So that was good. I am not too happy with the way you've done the product. The way the products that you people have suggested. I think the other jury members also touched upon it. So green mutual funds, how many stocks are there in renewable energy sector, or alternative energy in the Indian stock market in which these funds will invest? Okay, that's number one. Number two, ELSS funds. As a new tax regime kicks in, ETC will go, more and more people are going to go to the new tax regime. So ELSS funds are not going to really help too much, so that's also not out of the way. Debt funds, as you say, these people they take on more risk. So more risk, people won't take risk, will not go for debt. You should have done something which gives a more high return for higher risk. So I'm not too happy with the product, that portfolio that you put together for them. Rest of it is fine. So I'll just leave it there. No more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, team. Great. Good presentation. Thank you and all the best. You may log off now.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, ma'am, for your feedback.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
This was a great opportunity for us. Throughout the whole process, we learned a lot.
Yes, sir.
Good. So are you investing now? Are you going to invest now?
Yeah, I've had this conversation with my parents. They told me that we are investing on your behalf. When you start earning, you start investing. So right now I'm 21. So maybe in a year or two I'll earn and then I'll start investing, which is still a very young age.
All the best.
Excellent. Start early.
All the best.
Yes.
Start early. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Thank you
very much.
Hope we see you again.
We now have another special AD from Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund.
Nivesh Fables presents Choose Your Advisor Wisely.
There were two rabbits. Willy was the wise one and Fred was not so wise. They were walking through a field and came upon two carrots. Fred excitedly rushed and picked up a carrot, but it was smaller than it looked. He was confused, so Willy said, "Judging a carrot by its leaves is not the right way." After walking for some time, they came across another set of carrots. This time, Willy chose the carrot first. Fred thought, "How come the carrot with smaller leaves is small?" Willy replied, "I do not judge a carrot by its leaves." For the third time, they found two carrots again. Willy pulled out one carrot and offered it to his friend. Fred was still confused and said, "I don't know how you do it, but I guess you're just smarter than me." "Fred, I may have the wisdom, but I share it with others and help them benefit from it too. You're my friend, you trust me, and I want you to have this carrot." In real life, while making investment decisions, don't we all look for an advisor like Willy, who wouldn't just look at the leaves superfluously, but analyze, inspect, understand the investments thoroughly, and suggest the right one for us? Someone who we can trust our hard-earned money with. As they say, if you look for a financial advisor, look for someone with the heart of a teacher and the soul of a friend. Have you found yours? An investor education and awareness initiative of Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
May now invite Team 4 to do their presentation.
So a very good afternoon to everyone present here. This is Chinmay. This is my friend Divya, and here we have Fiza. And we are going to present on the mutual funds and be a part of Growing India. So speaking of which, first giving you an overview as to what the entire case is about and what are we going to divulge into. The thing is that we read the case study and we understood that millennials being an important and largest cohort of this entire Indian population, and their contribution to mutual fund is something that we are looking forward to. Over a calculation, we understood as of now, there is only 1.9% of total population in millennials are investing in mutual funds, and we are looking forward to invest 15% of the total part into the mutual fund industry. Now, the point is, how are we going to do it? So, the idea is that you don't have to be better than the rest. The idea is you have to be more disciplined than the rest. So the whole game lies around how disciplined you are and what is your mindset is all about money, about growth. Now, before going into what mutual fund is, just a quick idea as to what mutual fund is. There you have a pool of money which has been managed by a few fundraisers, and they invest it in debt or securities for your growth, future growth. Now, speaking of the entire GDP, assuming it's total 100%, 14% is consisted of your mutual fund, which helps in the growth of GDP. Talking about millennials in India, we have total 1.4 billion of population, out of which we have 440 million in India in today's, as of 2024. Out of which the data speaks that we have 84.8 lakh new millennials which are investing in mutual fund as of today, which is 1.9%, out of which 66% is the men and 26% is the women. Now, the market segmentation that we have categorized of the millennials as into demographic, poor, middle class, rich, wealthy. Now, the idea of poor is basically you're not able to fulfill your own basic needs and want. However, the middle class can have some potential and has met the basic needs. Rich does not think about much of money, but however is very cautious, whereas wealthy is fulfilled with all the financial necessities and is very much has the financial freedom. Demographic, we have categorized women, men, and others being all the equivalent part of the demographic. Geographic, we have targeted rural and urban. Behavioral, as to how they function, what are their goals, how do they look forward. These are the people born from 1980s to 1996, which falls under the category of 28 to 44 years. So psychographic, what is their mindset? Are they tech savvy? And this, which we would be discussing in detail as to how they actually behave and how is their behavior related to mutual fund. Now, before moving on to how they are functioning, so we asked our friends only that, what do you think? Do you think you are rich? So we asked few of our friends, and the answer was probably no. Some of them said yes, obviously. But then we asked them, people who said no, why do you think you're not rich? So the answer was probably because we don't have a car, because we don't have a house. So one of them also gave me an example of SRK because he has Mannat and we don't. So then, however, the idea of people is that luxuries and necessity is what rich is. But do we really understand what is actual financial freedom that are we looking forward to? What is the real meaning of financially free? So therefore, we understood what are the aspirations, what are the goals that they are looking for. Are they able to fulfill this? That is what we are trying to create here, the wealth maximization, the necessity to fulfill their own goals. Now we have categorized the millennials into major two behavioral traits. One could be aspirationalist. Thank you, Divya. Aspirationalist. So those people are basically who are starting their career, let's say from 28 to 40, somewhere 32, let's take that range. So they are currently passed out from PG, post-graduation, so they're currently into a supervisory level of role in their career organization. So they are looking for higher returns, more better lifestyle, or maybe they're looking towards marriage. So their goals and priorities are set in their lifestyle. So they are more able to take risk. So therefore, the risk, they will be more open to invest and innovate in mutual fund rather than savings. However, at the same time, if you look for responsible go-getters, those are the kind of people who are, maybe the traits are matching to the first one, but not really. They're because very frugal investors. They might want to be safe and secure, thinking of the future as uncertainty. Anything possibly happen, so they might not take the risk of putting everything in one basket in mutual fund. These are the people who are also a larger chunk, which forms under the middle class, and they might not directly shift into mutual fund. Now, to understand that, we have to understand what is the problem. Where are we actually focusing on? So the three pillars that we are focusing on is, one is your risk, second is your goal creating, and third is your wealth. So risk in the category of mutual fund. So risk is one thing. See, a loss of a person can never be covered by any good, but however, you can cover the mutual fund. The financial aspect of it. So that is one thing. Through life insurance, medical, we can cover, however. Second is your goal creation, like family, travel, marriage, that early financial free. Jahan jana hai, should I wait?
Okay. Akash, I think you need to mute yourself. You can go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Speaking of the wealth creation, are those people, who want to do anything and they are able to fulfill their own abilities and aspiration. I would like to quote here one famous thing. CA Rachna Ranade once said when I was watching a podcast that insan ho ya stock, hamesha upar hi jayega. So we have to have that mindset. How are we going to actually grasp it? Now, talking about why people, after knowing all these effects, they are still not investing in mutual fund. What is the problem? So basically, use of complicated jargons, wide product offerings, low source of income, lack of awareness, lack of financial advisors, and bad experience. These are the some key reasons which make people stop or maybe think about, okay, should we not? But there are also few myths that majorly we found. One is, I'm so sorry, I'll just go back for a bit. Okay. People relate that mutual fund is equivalent to equity, but we have to make them understand that mutual funds were created to ensure that you don't have to choose a single stock. So we have to make them understand this point. Second, they think it requires a large investment. However, that is not absolutely true. You can start with 100 rupees SIP today if you wish to, and they are risky because people don't know exactly about how things are and what they are looking forward. Now, talking about the insights, we have done primary insights, which would be explained by my colleague Fiza here in a later part. Also, we got in touch with two corporate agencies who actually work into the uh, who are actually have their own business houses and are into mutual fund. So one corporate, due to the confidentiality, we would not be revealing the name. However, there were two big names from the industry. So one, the corporate house one, and corporate house two. Okay. So now the target is, one told us that they majorly target the working class because that's the whole major chunk and they're more enthusiastic and open to try new things. However, what they told us was 20 to 55 years of people, just a minute, 20 to 55 years of people would like to invest in SIP. However, 55 to 70 years of people invest in a lump sum amount. Whereas the corporate second house told us that anyone looking for a wealth maximization is someone they target for. Now, the challenges that the house one faced was basically compliance. As to every day there is a SEBI guidelines which comes up and that becomes a hindrance every time changing the rules and regulation. Now, access to digital platform is it's a boon also and it's a bane also. For rural, sometimes it becomes a bane, as well for the urban, it becomes a boon. However, partial knowledge is something that they're tackling for. They understood that some people think if one stock of Tata gets higher, it gets shoot off in day one, another stock of Tata Steel, let's say, for example, has to go up. So these are some notions which sometimes create a problem because of the partial knowledge. The challenges faced by corporate house too was basically transition from savings to MF, which is again one of the key challenges that we are looking from the entire overall perspective. Safety and risk profiling is one thing, and creating interest in millennial. I know about mutual fund, but would I be able to invest in mutual fund? Probably not. Let's say because I don't have an interest. So that interest creation is one major challenge that we are facing in the millennials. Now, speaking of the inference that we did after speaking to both of them, one is that women invest less than men. One could be the ignorance of basic knowledge. Second could be the financial decision key making in the house. It is still very much relevant with the men, the patriarchal mode of the society, which makes them feel probably they are not a key decision making in the financial. However, this has been changed and the women have been equally important in growing potential in the market. Then they aim to diversifying saving. We need someone to influence us. And the idea of saving for more than 5 years is something what we are looking at. Now, the corporate house too, what we got to know again, women are the potential target, and mindset of an individual plays a key important role. How do they target and campaigns and promotion? It's basically both of them have their own digital app through which a consumer can start their own SIP or invest and get their own knowledge. Trade show where they go and actually sell as to how things are. So one of the trade shows that we went, we actually got this one of the wheel that we saw that if you start investing early, how are we actually going to invest less amount and more returns? So something on those note with awareness campaigns going everywhere. Now I would like to hand over to my friend colleague Fiza. She will be explaining you the primary research. Thank you.
So we also conducted primary research through the Google form. We will show you our Excel sheet in which our respondents are there. Just wait for me.
Okay. So is the screen visible of Excel sheet? Okay. So
Yes.
this is
Not Excel sheet, but it's a
spreadsheet. Sorry.
spreadsheet.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So in this spreadsheet, the total responses we got is 75, but we have filtered our age group to 28 to 43. That is your millennial group. So our sample size would become 40. We have represented this spreadsheet into the pictorial format. So one limitation in our research that we have collected data from respondents that were easily accessible and affordable. But out of this, our sample size 29% were male and 11% were the females. When we asked them the questions, are you aware of the mutual fund? 32 people say yes, and 6 people say no. And then we came to know that these 6 people majorly come from the tier 3 cities like the Bhaga, Mamidapalli, and the Jalandhar. So that 2 people that said that they may be aware of mutual funds, out of which we out of which one has only listened the name of mutual funds and was not aware of the certain schemes and the mode of investments like the SIP and mutual funds. One told us that she is investing in MF, but all the decisions are taken by the financial advisors. And she don't know where the advisor is putting in money, whether it is in stock or whether it is in debt, which scheme it is in putting. The second question, do you currently invest in MF? We asked. 32 people were aware of MF, but only 14 people were investing. We get to know that there are certain reasons that why are they not investing in MF. The first reason was the awareness of MF. Many people don't know about the schemes in MF available, the mode of investment like SIP. And the second major reasons why are they not investing is high risk. There is a certain myth that the mutual fund is equal to high risk. MF only invests in the stock, and they were not aware that they can customize it according to your risk profile. The third reason is persons with a low level of income, that is the below 5 lakh per annum. So we will come with then SIP strategy that we will allow rupees 100 and rupees 250 per month. As rupees 500, current SIP strategy is 500. It becomes difficult for the people with a low level of income. Right. So talking about the IDA model is a classical framework that starts with the customer awareness and ends with the making our customer convert into the strategy. The first one is awareness. As discussed in our primary research, people are not aware of the MF, and majority of this come from the rural. There we will launch certain campaigns like why should you invest, what are the certain schemes, and we will clear certain misconception about it that we will later be explained by Divya. The second is interest. For gaining our target interest, we will launch certain calculators that we calculate MF. Moreover, we will come up with a certain quizzes that will check the risk tolerance of the customer and it align with the riskometer scheme. Like if the customer has a low risk category, then we will offer them the debt or the liquid funds. If it is in the high risk category, then we will offer them invest in the equity or for a long period of the time. If it is in a moderate category, then we would offer them the hybrid type of funds, which is a mixture of debt and the equity. Come to the third, that is desire. After customer gain interest in our product, then we will tell them that we will charge only 1% for the advice related to investment. And for the general awareness, you can call us at a free toll number or you can chat with us. Now the fourth is action. Ultimate goal of this stage is to convert our desired customer into purchasing MFs. That's all. Then I will hand it over.
I would like, am I audible? Yes. So
Yes,
good
very much.
afternoon. Good afternoon, panelists. I would quickly like to go to the previous slide for a moment. And I would like to add a point in desire where Fiza rightly mentioned that we will charge only 1% of your investment, which is, let's say, 100 rupees. So only 1%, which is our entry load, we will charge only 1% of that amount, and the rest 99 rupees is exposed to mutual funds, and you will get certain amount of returns on that money. And this will definitely create a desire when they get to know in future that they are going to get a huge amount of returns. And this can also be shown by showing our previous testimonials of the local villagers or the previous data which we have, which we will be having kept collected. So we can also show them that and create certain amount of desire in the men and women so that they take an action and invest in mutual funds. Now coming to the next slide, when Chinmay rightly said that why are we investing low in mutual funds, the reasons were very evident as rightly mentioned by Chinmay. So now we would like to look the perspective or the human behavior in savings vis-a-vis mutual funds. We can see that the gross savings have been the highest during the COVID period, which is FY21. So where people were not spending much of money, they were in the lockdown situation and saving more and more money for their future because it was very uncertain during that period of time. And we can also see that there was, since they were saving more, they were taking less amount of risk, and we can see that there were less investments in mutual funds and high in the bank deposits because they feel that the money is safe over there when compared to exposing the amount of savings in mutual funds to risk. We can see that, and gradually, when we see that we have recovered the COVID period with great success, we can see that there are about we can see that the mutual fund investments have increased from 0.64 trillion to 1.61, which is like which is going about 2 times or 2.5 times increase in the mutual funds, because now they have understood that they have overcome the uncertainty and they are now able to risk their certain amount of money in mutual funds. And this increase has not just stopped there, but it has also increased about 1.1 times even more in the next year, which is FY23, and they have invested about 1.79 trillion rupees in mutual funds vis-a-vis their gross savings. Now we will look, now coming to the task which we were assigned is to, just a minute, is to cater or pool 15% of millennials into mutual funds. So currently, as seen here, currently we have about 440 million in 2023 as millennials. Now, if we consider the mortality rate of about 6 people dying per 1,000, which is, we are going very conservative in this. However, we know that the number might not be so much, but still being on a conservative side, we consider the mortality rate as so, and we can see that by 2028, we may have 426.96 millions as millennials. So now when we try to, millennials investing in MF, currently we have 8.40 millions who have invested in mutual funds, and the data source here is the CAMS report. And if we consider that there will be an increment of about 2% initially and gradually increasing it to about 4%, which is also supported by our industry growth, our GDP growth, and also the campaigns and product strategies which we will explain in the future. And it is a synergy of these things that we have projected such an increment of 2%, 2.5%, 3.5%, and 4% every year. So we can see that the percentage has increased. As the percentage has increased, our millennials investing in mutual funds has also increased, and we have achieved a target. We have actually surpassed the target of 15%, and now we can say that we can have 17.12% of millennials investing in mutual funds. And this is all the data supported if we go in a very conservative manner, and there can be a here and there of plus minus 1 or 2%. Next, we have our product strategies here. So coming to the first strategy, we have the risk assessor tool. As Fiza rightly mentioned, that we will first assess the risk of our investors who are keen in investing mutual funds. So we can ask them few questions like what is their first thought when it comes that their mind crosses when they first hear about invest. So the options can be that they don't want to lose money, or they want their decisions to turn out to be good decisions or bad decisions, or they are already confident that yes, the decision will definitely be good. That is their optimism in that option. Next question can be which one word they think associated with risk. The options can be uncertainty, thrill, opportunity, etc. And next question is that do they
5
own?
more minutes.
Yeah, we will surely wrap up in that time. So the next question is that do they have their own business or are they salaried person, which will assess their risk-taking ability, because we know that entrepreneurs are the ones who are risk takers. So these are a few questions which we can ask them and assess their risk. And according to the risk, we can allocate them the mutual fund schemes, be it equity, hybrid, balanced, or debt-based, or even index-based. Yeah. So next product strategy is the sweep vest, which is inspired by the word invest, because here sweep vest, here we are targeting the millennials who shop extensively on e-commerce website. We saw that there are about 80% millennials who are very good in shopping on e-commerce websites like Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, etc. And about 30% of their orders are getting refunded. So what we think is that this can be an alternate option of auto sweeping some amount of their refund into SIPs. So we can give a pop-up option when they get a refund, that do you want your certain amount of money to be swept into mutual fund SIP or not? And if they go for it, then definitely some amount, the prescribed amount will go into the SIP. Next is my wish list. Here we are targeting the millennials, the mostly the young millennials who are keen in fulfilling their aspirations, like traveling, buying luxury products for themselves, and also future studies or courses which they want to take up. So here we are targeting them to cater or fulfill their own needs, and this can be done by again assessing their risk profile. And as we know that they are the young millennials, studies also say that they are more risk takers, so they can definitely go for equity based mutual funds. Next, we have come up with the campaign strategies. So let's discuss the campaign strategies here. We have come up with 4 campaign strategies. First is Bharosa Kar Nivesh Kar. So here we saw that the rural people are not having trust on a third person, and they say that why should we give our money to you to invest? Why can't we do it? There is a certain amount of uncertainty that they may lose that money. So here we are targeting the rural millennials, and we will also endorse sarpanches, because we know that the power of authority a sarpanch has and the influence he has on his villagers. So we can tie up and collab with him, and he can definitely inspire his villagers to become financially free and take up their and to fulfill their own goals and needs. Next is Fund Ka Haath Parivar Ke Saath. Here we are targeting the millennials who have set their goals to fulfill their family needs. While my wish list was a campaign for fulfilling your individual needs, here we are targeting on the older millennials who focus that their family needs are fulfilled, like be it child's marriage or child's brighter future and education. Next is Dibbe Se Double. So here we are targeting on women who are excellent savers, and we also see that there is a high potential in women to grow their money. Now here we can show a campaign or an advertisement saying that suppose I am keeping some amount of money in a box here. So translating it, it is like growing your money out of the box, like somewhat like that. So yeah, here we will target them, and this will enlighten them to invest in mutual funds, grow their money, and if they are excellent savers, and we also know that they take good financial decisions, as we saw the researches in the newspapers as well, that 70% women take good financial decisions if given a chance to them. So here we'll target them. And the last but not the least is Hum Saath Hain campaign. Here we will target the women, which and we will make them understand the multifold return benefits when 2 or more people invest from the same house. Patriarchal system in India that only the males take the decision, or even in my house, it is only my father or my elder brother who takes the decisions of investing money. So we can also, so now after understanding, gaining interest, I can ask them and tell them the multifold benefits, that if from one house we can get more amount of returns out of the same amount of money which we are going to invest. So
20 minutes over.
Yeah, this will build a sense of confidence in them. That's it now.
You can unshare it.
So terrific. The stroke
First
of
of all,
20
my
minutes.
sincere
Finished.
compliments. Yeah, that's fabulous managing the time, and also the clarity of the presentation, clarity of the communication, the whole structure. Three of you divided not only by sitting on a single screen, but the way you made it, everything great. I mean, fabulous. I think for us, it's a truly delicious pre-lunch presentation. It's a fantastic. Kudos to you. I mean, most of the time when you spoke, whether when you put about the segmentations, the demography to the geography, or taking them the generation aspirational to the go-getters, or understanding the risk, I think it is fabulous way. And I also appreciate the survey you all have organized. And it's and then one interesting question. I mean, when you put this AIDA model, I have a question for you. Is the A part we all have worked very hard. But that I part, the creating the interest, and the D part, if we have to do something differently for the millennials, what is your top of the mind recall to us?
Anybody would like? Okay. So I feel, as you correctly mentioned, let's take my own example. I had the awareness for mutual fund. In fact, I knew the advantages for the mutual fund, but somehow I was not taking the interest. So as you correctly mentioned, the problem starts from the interest till the desire. Okay, if you have the interest, desire is not a big deal to convert that person into it, and action is definitely not the one. Okay, now interest is for me. I required one of my friend to influence me to go into that. Okay, see, you know how this is happening. Okay, see, this is so simple. Let's say one app. Okay, he just told me just register. कर तो कर तो ले देखते आगे क्या होता है. Then he did. Okay, then we understood कि okay, now this is growing by 10%. Now let's say it is growing 20%. अरे यार तेरे को पॉकेट मनी मिलती है, फॉर एग्जाम्पल, सॉरी आई एम यूजिंग हिंदी, बट अगर तेरे को पॉकेट मनी मिलती है, अभी तू क्या करने वाली है, खर्ची करेगी ना. एक काम कर, 100 रुपए तेरे को कौन देगा दिन के. यू आर अर्निंग दिस. ओके, नाउ विदाउट डूइंग एनीथिंग आई एम अर्निंग 100 rupees a day. Why would in any era, I would not want 100 rupees sitting in my own bench or desk eating a coffee or eating a samosa. Now, next thing is when I started doing that, he told me initially 2 funds to invest. Then, okay, पैसा बढ़ रहा है. अब ये तो मुझे समझ में आ गया, पैसा बढ़ रहा है. Now my interest started picking. Okay, I cannot be dependent on that person because that person might not be there forever. Then I started because I'm buying a share of a company. I have to be more aware as to what I'm doing. Now started my desire. Okay, nahi. Then I took a decision of buying something which is going to increase in future. Then I took that chance. I was very scared because वो नीचे गया जैसे ही मैंने लिया. That volatility is also one case, but that is not how you should judge. Now I have taken the action, and now I'm not putting any money in savings. In fact, I took down my FD. I put it into uh, mutual fund. So the point is, you have to show the millennials that you are earning money. किसी के बोलने से नहीं होगा. You have to just show them कि तू कर. Let's see क्या होता है. You're earning 100 rupees without you doing anything. So that is one example. That is how I think you have to focus. And अगर काफी if we tie up with the schools or NGO, I think one big plus point would be they would be more aware as to आगे जाके हमें when we start get the earning, how much % of money from the salary should directly go to my SIP.
Fabulous. I think it's amazing, and I also liked your campaign taglines and hashtags. It's a very, very well done. Probably each of you, like the way you addressed the Chinmaya and Divya and Fiza, that CD of combination, highly confident, determined, and focused. Fantastic. All the best to you, and I have no questions. Over to my other zero.
Yeah, Rajesh, go ahead. You're muted.
I was just referring to my notes on the other screen. Lovely to have this presentation before lunch. Like Rao sir just mentioned, Fiza, Divya, Chinmay, you already given us a sumptuous lunch. So wonderful. And I must say that the projections are something that has been very intriguing. So I just want to, may I request you to bring that slide up again?
Yes.
Yeah, the projections.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. When I missed Rajesh, and one thing when you're asking, you can put that is the budgeting part. They have taken a lot for the newspapers. I mean, I was to intrigue that question. Probably over to you.
Sure. Yeah, no, so pretty much. So I think on this, so let's start with just to be clear. Why would you want to spend? I mean, that's what Mr. Rao just asked you. The same question. Why would you want to spend a lot of money on the newspapers? And if I were to tell you that, if I were to force you to look at something that you have not written here, one medium, what would that be? Because you seem to be talking about that segment of the population, but the medium that they are used to is missing here. So what would that be?
Are we talking about social media?
Not really.
The word of mouth or the campaigns which we spend, most of them, because the rural area is, if we talk about something or one incident, it spreads very quickly in rural area. So it is organically through word of mouth or having, things like Nukkad Natak or campaigns which attracts them or grabs their attention. So that is one thing. Tying up with collaborating with NGOs is one thing which I think it is missing here, and we have focused on the newspapers, digital boards, and advertisements here.
So where would your advertisements go?
So sir, I'll just show you the Excel file once.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Just tell us. I mean, you don't have to show us the working. We understand that you are putting 58 lakhs into advertisement, but where will you place these ads? Which medium?
So the advertisement could go on social media, the advertisement could go on televisions, and that is how we are planning. And of course, the billboards, the digital boards are all form of advertising and marketing only. YouTube, which is also one major source, that is what we are planning with targeting urban people with celebrity influencers and all those sort of basically marketing tactics to be used.
Okay.
So,
I was.
yes. So, adding to me, the question you asked, why you invest so much in newspaper? Because cater to the rural areas, the major part they are seeing is newspaper. Till it is age of 40, till it's 45, everyone is reading newspaper. When it comes to the web ads, advertisements, the new generation is focused on that. But when it comes to the older generation, near about 40s, they are reading newspaper. That's why we cater mainly to the newspaper.
And also, sir, one more point, that they are also the primary inference or reference for their younger generation, which is their millennials. Again.
Okay. I thought businessline is organizing. They would have put more for the newspaper.
We won't mind.
Could be one reason,
Well,
sir.
thank you for that. I probably would have expected one answer from all of you, which is using radio. I didn't hear that at all.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, nothing more from my side. I must say, very well articulated. Keep working on such issues with such passion. Very lovely to see you have done primary research. Most of the analysis that we get to hear are people who have done secondary research. And there is a lot of issues when you try to derive your way forward only trusting on secondary research. So very lovely to see that your minds forced you to go and look at primary research. So that's a big takeaway. Keep going. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Loki, go ahead.
Yeah, Fiza, Divya, and Chinmay, excellent. It was really good. Really enjoyed whatever you guys did. And as my other jurors said, the survey you did to find out the actual, to build your case, and then you kind of designed a strategy according to it. It was all very well thought through, and I thought you guys put in a lot of effort. You have worked. You've really worked on it, and it shows because we can see that you have put in so much of effort into it. Okay, so very well done. Only one doubt I have with the same Excel sheet. It's not about the newspaper ads. I'm very happy about that. But about the growth, can you just pull it out? The growth in this millennial population itself. I just want to understand how did you derive that number? It went to 3.92% in 2024, and then it just went on a exponential way. It's growing. So the percentage millennials in MF, that percentage, can you just tell me how that was worked out?
Yes, ma'am. So as we can see that the millennials investing in mutual funds have increased by about let's say 2% here, we are increasing them. And we can see that if we take the mortality rate, which we hope that people don't die in 5 years and they are still alive, but if we decrease our denominator and increase our numerator significantly, we can see that exponential increase in percentage, which you rightly mentioned, from 1.9% to 3.92%. And that is why we can see an exponential growth in the future. And this is all the estimation which we have done on the basis of being very conservative. And I also said that we can be 1 or 2% plus or minus depending on the future, how it will be.
So you're saying that the number of millennials will increase in a certain
Not
percentage?
increase. Millennials will stay in the same because they are of an age bracket, so their number cannot increase, because you cannot I cannot go into millennial right now, right? Even after 5 years. So the only prospect here is that because of deaths, the number might decrease to a certain fraction. So the number kind of stays from constant to slight decrease in number, but not increase in millennials. But millennials investing in mutual funds, that number will definitely increase.
Okay, so you're assuming they're going to increase in such a large way, they're going to double and all that going ahead.
So adding to Divya point, so we are increasing this millennials due to certain campaigns we are launching. Moreover, the millennials, we want to transform the millennials that are investing in the savings accounts or FD. We want to transform them into the MF through our campaigns. That's why we have increased our number.
The picture beside also says that there has been 2.5 times increase, or they have transitioned from savings and diversified their portfolio into mutual funds. And the number has not just stopped there, it is increasing 1.2 times, 1.5 times in the subsequent years. So, and it is a synergy of India's GDP also increasing, as we all focus on growth as a whole, nation as a whole. So when the GDP increases, the stocks increases, and also you get more returns on your investments in mutual funds. So when you see more return, and this is the right time to move into mutual funds, because everything is on peak. So if you enter now, you will definitely get more returns, and we have subsequently increased the projections. Also, ma'am, just to add one more thing, that there was 8.26 trillion of people actually as a part of AUM, and over 2023, there was an increase of basically the number was 50.78, which is 6-fold times of increase. However, there was also one data which was speaking of more than 3% of growth year on year. So in that case also, we have calculated that growth, as rightly Divya said, on basis of our campaign on an awareness and how the overall industry is going to function, not looking at just 1 or 2 companies. So in that aspect, we were thinking. However, it is still, we feel it's a more pessimistic number.
Okay. Okay, all right. Overall, it's very well done. Thank you very much and good luck. And yeah, keep investing. Oh, you do invest in mutual funds, I suppose.
Yes, ma'am. Finally, we do.
Yeah. I can see from the way you guys speak and your understanding, it's very good. Well
Yes.
done.
We are earning returns, ma'am. I'm very happy.
Super.
You're buying more samosas. No, just one question I had in that slide you had on the advertising expenditure. You're distinguishing between newspaper, and then you have a separate budget for advertisements. So newspaper itself is advertising, right? So what is the separate?
So we categorized into in terms of print media, categorized into digital, that too also airport digital or the rural area like the bus stand, that is also we have segregated. Then we have advertisement in terms of if it's a YouTube, if we are using any influencer celebrity, that's a different kind of setup that we have targeted, and likewise.
Right.
If you want, we can also show we have the entire work.
No problem.
Fine.
Just
Thank
that
you.
we want to tell you that as jury, we will not be influenced by the fact that you are going to put more ads on newspaper.
Okay.
But the newspaper costs a lot. However, we understood it. Page 1 ad, it's way too costly.
We have to be cognizant of our own biases.
I hope you're reading Businessline.
Yes, sir. So actually, I wanted to say you last time, but then I thought, acha hua nahi bola. You would, so would have thought maybe, but I like that newspaper.
Oh, very good. You read Loki's writings. She writes a lot on the financial
No.
markets.
Lovely.
Right.
For a minute, you need to say yes, otherwise she will mark it.
Okay,
Good,
all the best.
Thank
Good,
you,
nice.
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Keep your enthusiasm and Josh high.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye.
Good day,
All the
sir.
best.
Bye. Good
Bye,
day.
sir.
Bye,
Good
bye.
day.
We now have another special AV from Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund.
Debt can be a friend or an enemy. It all depends on you. To George, it's a friend that adds value to his life. For Viraj, it's an enemy to be defeated. These two men who live similar lives have different approaches to debt, which affects their financial health. When George uses a credit card to shop or pay bills, he ensures that he pays off the entire bill before it's due. This helps keep him debt-free. When Viraj uses a credit card, he pays the bare minimum when he can. This erratic payment pattern has triggered a monthly interest of 2.5 to 4% and an additional annual interest of 30% to 47%, making his debt grow steadily. So, while George enjoys his life, Viraj sinks from debt. This difference in debt management has impacted all areas of their lives. Both George and Viraj took loans to buy homes, but only one struggled to sustain their lifestyle. Before George took out a loan to buy a home, he evaluated his existing income and expenditure and reallocated his budget. This helped ensure that he could make mortgage payments and sustain his lifestyle. When Viraj took out a home loan, he factored in his income and existing debt, a car loan and credit card bills. He did not factor in living expenses, required investments and emergencies. This pushed his debt above 36%, the highest recommended debt-to-income ratio. This left him struggling to pay for everyday essentials like groceries, utility bills and fuel. He became dependent on credit cards to sustain his lifestyle. It has taxed his bank account and left him unable to fulfill other goals financially without undertaking more debt. Taking on too much debt has made him financially vulnerable and mentally overwhelmed. What to keep in mind when taking on debt? Recommended debt-to-income ratio is 36% or lower. Ideal mortgage debt shouldn't exceed 28%. To avoid falling into the debt trap like Viraj, you need to take on debt smartly. Before you spend, analyze whether the debt adds value to your life or not. Evaluate your financial situation. Consider investing to achieve your goal. Relook at your budget to ensure you are not taking on too much debt. Ensure your debt-to-income ratio doesn't exceed 36%. Pay off your debt on time to avoid paying penalties. If you keep these points in mind, you could be able to avoid the debt trap and live the life you want. Think now, live well later. An investor education and awareness initiative by Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
May now invite Team 5 to do their presentation.
Good afternoon all, I'm Nikita. I'm Shakti Avirali. First of all, we would like to thank you for giving us this opportunity. So beginning with the presentation, can the minerals be the next big set of investors in mutual funds? Yes, it's an absolute yes. Minerals have the potential and they are likely to become the game changers in the mutual fund industry. So here are some of the reasons. First one is sheer numbers. As you can see, they have massive demographics. They represent 34% of the population and rising income and savings. So the millennials have high income, but compared to the previous generation, but their saving pattern is different. Next one is tech savvy and open to investing. So the millennials are very comfortable with the use of internet and they are able to easily work with the technology, and they have digital literacy is also very good. So then they are open to investing in digital platforms. Next one is long investment horizon. they have a lot of years until retirement. So I think they are able to contribute in their can invest and they can become they would get potential. They have the potential to get higher returns in the future. Then involving priorities, we can see that millennials' lifestyle is more experience focused. But even though they spend now, nowadays they are aware about the opportunities they have and about the financial planning, all those areas. So we can definitely say the millennials are going to be the game changers in the coming years.
To support, we have collected some of the facts. A report by Benori Knowledge, it indicated there is a rising preference for the digital platforms among retail investors. Retail investors are the one who are non-professionals and they are mostly dependent on the advisors. And Ashish Gupta, CEO of Binari, he also emphasized it must be user-friendly technologies so that it will be very helpful for the millennial to have a wealth growth. And nowadays the technology is drastically evolving and many startups have started and the government also supporting this initiative, thereby it contributes to growth. And digital investment platforms, the main thing that the users expect is about the data privacy. If the industry satisfies them with the data privacy, definitely they can get many number of users. And the primary objective of 72% of investors is acquiring higher gains. And nearly 87% of users are highly satisfied with this digital investment platform. And mutual funds are the popular option and it contributes about 62% of trading activities. And here comes the facts which we have framed in the pictograms. The first one will be digital investment market growth. In 2021, the growth is about 6.2 billion, which will definitely grow up to 14.2 by 2025. And digital platform user distribution. Nearly 69.9% of users are millennials, and nowadays the female users are increasing by 30.1%. And investor awareness sources. Mainly the users are getting more number of awareness by their friends and families comparing to financial markets, other research and etc. Benefits highlighted by digital investment users. They are very benefited with the ease of use. They can use it very well.
Next, we can see some of the challenges we have in this area. So first one is low savings rate. So we can see that millennials, even though they have higher rate of income, they save only 10 to 11% of their income, which is less than the 50, 30, 20 rule. That is 50% is they spend on their needs, 30% is on their wants, and 20% is savings. But they save only 10 to 11%. The next one is experience focused lifestyle. As we have already said, they spend more on their lifestyle, like mostly on enjoyments, traveling, all those areas. So their savings is much less. Next one is financial insecurity. So one of the challenges that is like they take a back step because of these jobs, market, job security, and global uncertainty, all those areas. So that is one of the challenge. Then next one is lack of awareness. That is another one of the concern or like challenge we are facing. That is most of them they are not aware about the opportunities or benefits they would get from these areas. So that is one of the major challenges I would say. Then next one is urban school. So as we can see, like most of the current investors are mostly predominantly from urban areas. So I think awareness would be one of the major challenge that we'll be facing in this area.
The next will be the strategies which we have framed from year 1 to 5. The year 1 is mainly for awareness and education. That is laying the foundation for the very great building. The first one that we would suggest is develop engaging content. The content must be a small modules and infographics, which will definitely give an interest for them to look into what is mutual funds, how it works, and definitely it will create a many number of users. And leveraging social media. Nowadays, the social media plays a vital role in which the people and the main creator can definitely in a main contact, so that Instagram and YouTube platforms will definitely be useful. Thereby, interacting quizzes, polls, and educational challenges will definitely give them an interest in mutual fund. And utilizing gamification by giving small games related to mutual funds, and also providing them incentives will definitely encourage them to come up with this mutual fund plans. And promoting financial literacy, it is the important thing that the industry should partner with the non-government organizations, schools and colleges, so that the upcoming generations also will get a clear-cut financial literacy about the digital investment platforms.
In the year 2, we are focusing on addressing the concerns. So first is addressing financial fear. So as we have told, like most of the potential investors are taking a back step because of this concern about the market, job volatility, job security. So to address these, conducting seminars or live sessions with financial experts or the successful investors will be helpful. Next one is emphasize flexibility and affordability. So to the potential to promote systematic investment plan, that is SIPs, among the potential investors as a small way to start a small scale investment. So gradually it will be growing in the companies. The next one is transparency and simplicity. So this is also one of the concerns that the investors have. So to address that concern, ensuring a clear and transparent communication among the investors will be helpful for them.
And the third year we have framed is about the convenience and accessibility, which means removing some of the barriers which the users have. Focusing on regional languages. Urban people are very much known for the languages, and the rural people are facing a lot of barriers regarding how to access the technologies. In this case, we would suggest the industry to focus on regional languages, so that they can also contribute for their wealth growth. And partnership with the employees. Nowadays, the networking makes our net worth. So that by collaborating with more investment companies, definitely we can get a lots of users, and thereby if there are any barriers arise, the industry can definitely look into and solve the issues. And developing a thematic funds. The millennials interest are mainly focused on sustainability and other social impact investing. In this case, we would suggest the industry to go with the thematic funds concept, so that the barriers which they suffer will definitely resolved by the industry.
In the 4th year, we're focusing on engaging and retaining the existing investors. So first one is create online communities. So online communities or online forums, chat groups among the investors would be helpful for them to gain more knowledge and discuss about all those areas. So to create a platform, basically create a platform for them. Next one is organize exclusive events. So exclusive events for like meet and greet or networking events with successful investors, financial experts, all those would be helpful for the investors to know more about, or maybe their experience or their stories. So that is one of the strategy. Next one is personalized communication. So personalized communication to the investors, recommendations, as well as recent updates. That will be that will add to their investment plans. Next one is focus on social impact. So to making them more aware how they are impacting, how the mutual funds have a social impact, which is also aligning within their values. So that is focusing on all those areas, making them aware about all this. So that is the strategies we have planned for the 4th year.
And the fifth year strategies focuses on continuous improvement on the measurement and refinement by getting many insights from the users. They can refine the strategy so that the day-to-day activities and the day-to-day issues faced by them will definitely resolved. So that refining strategies are suggested and monitoring emerging technologies. Nowadays, the technology is growing, as I said. So, by looking into the technologies and framing some strategies, will definitely attract more number of users. And partnerships and collaboration. This also I said earlier. By having a strategic partnership with fintech companies, financial institutions, and SEBI registered investment advisors, will definitely give a wider audience. And long term commitment. The main thing is the user should have a trust building on the industry. Once they have built a strong trust, then they can definitely give a long term commitment for for the industry.
So those are the strategies we have planned for the next 5 years. So this is, we have made a comparison of different investment, and the data is being taken from the recent newspaper of Hindu Businessline itself. So we can see the affiliate has the smallest rate, whereas the small cap has the highest rate of rate.
We hereby concluding that our answer for the given case study is definitely be yes. The millennials will be the next big set of investors. There must be a strategic approach, and the success hinges only when the priorities and the market dynamics were analyzed, and if it is clearly studied, then the success will hinge to the industry. By doing so, by adopting our strategies, definitely the industry can increase its number of users in the upcoming generation. It can develop its industry and also the India. And the references. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, Nikita. Thanks, Shakti, for your presentation. You can unshare the screen. Yeah, fine. Like just only one question from my side. I mean, when you're given this 5-year strategy, why not the fifth one also can go in the first year? Why should I wait? All that is possible I can do in day one of everything what you mentioned.
Sir, everything will not happen from the first year itself. It must go step by step. So that from our knowledge, we have framed first year should be like this, second year should be like this, and by fifth year, we have framed like this.
Thank you so much. And over to my other jury members, they will, Rajesh ji or Lakeshwari ji.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. It was nice to hear from both of you.
Thank you, sir.
So, Shakti, Nikita, where else did you go searching for information? Did you speak to people? Did you talk to your friends, your family, or your classmates?
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, our professor, Mr. Sri Krishna, he is one of the millennial, and he has more interest about mutual funds. He is the one who helped from our semi-final round till here. He gives a lot of guidances, which helped a lot. And also, we have gone through the references which is given in the case study. And which is very useful. We learned a lot of information. Thank you so much for the case study, sir.
I see. I had just one more question on that. While I understand you would have got guidance, again, I'm trying to probe you. Have you tried to invest yourself in any mutual fund before?
No, sir. After this case study, I just had a word with my friend yesterday. Actually, she is investing in the mutual fund. And at night, I had a word with her father about the mutual fund investing, and I have shared my interest, and I'm going to have a plan about the mutual fund in future also.
So now, as we have told, the challenges, like some of the challenges, millennials are not that kind of aware, but I think Gen Z is also coming up with, even they are also interested in those areas. So I think,
so it's a learning
along
for us.
with millennials, I think Gen Z is also a big
Yes,
growing.
sir.
No, so it is a learning for us. So we need to understand as an industry, how do we reach out to smart youngsters like both of you, because you don't seem to have got the information or attended any session of what a mutual fund is, and you are relying on one of your professors, right? That is what you just said.
Sir, I would like to add some point. In my UG, the Tamil Nadu government has introduced one non-mudalvan course. In that, they have given me some introduction related to mutual fund. It's a one-word type question, and they have given certifications also for that course, sir.
What is the course? Enna pera course?
Non-mudalvan mutual fund course.
Non-mudalvan.
By TN government, sir.
Okay, we'll make
Nowadays, it is mandatory for the UG student to attend this non-mudalvan course for the semester examination. It is added into account.
Okay.
Actually, case studies like this and inputs from the professors are like really helping us.
Okay, so all the best. Neengalum Mudalvan Munadi Pongo. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Hi, Nikita and Shakti. Thanks a lot.
Hi.
Thanks for your time, and thanks for taking the effort to do this presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just one question for you. So what do you think is actually stopping millennials from entering mutual funds as of now? One important factor.
I could say that like millennials, like even like mostly they do FDs or insurance. They take all those in. It's like a fixed thing. Once you get salary, they put take account and just put the salaries out there. But they're not taking how to get returns or like proper investment knowledge. They're not being aware. So making awareness is like one of the most important. One of the challenges we are facing.
You're saying lack of awareness is the main thing.
Yes. So that we have included as that point in our strategy point.
Okay. I hope it was a good learning experience for both of you.
Yeah, it was a very good learning. Thank you so much.
Both the rounds, even semi-final
also very useful and also final.
Thank you. So I hope you start your investing journey soon into mutual funds.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Good luck to you. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, Shakti, for your enthusiasm. So, are you first year MBA student or second year?
First year MBA student.
First year. Good.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Good. Very, very creditable that you've cracked the finals and made it this far.
Thank you.
So all the best. Yeah, all the best to both of you in your studies, in your career, and
thank you so much.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you everyone for giving us this
all the best
opportunity. We learned a lot from you, sir. We are pleasure to meet you, people. Thank you so much, sir.
All the best.
Welcome. Thank you. All the best. Bye.
We now have another special AV from Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund.
We believe that a determined woman can move mountains, and with wings of encouragement, she can soar higher than ever. We want to be those wings, so she never has to be dependent on others. And that's the thought that has led us to curating India's first women-oriented financial literacy platform. Introducing For Her. So what makes For Her a unique platform for women? It's a one-stop website for women eager to be financially independent. The platform acts as a smart guide to help women not just manage their finances, but also grow their wealth. There are 4 important sections on the site that enable women to get a hold of their finances with ease. Read, watch,
listen and learn. Let us quickly take you through the website so you can get started on making the most of it. To kickstart, all you need to do is create an account by clicking on the Create Account tab. Once your account is created, you would be able to enjoy personalized content through the various sections. Under Read, you can enjoy a repository of informative articles on investing and finance. If you are on the move, you can tune into our engaging podcasts through the Listen section. If you would rather watch, you can click on the Watch section and enjoy a wide array of curated videos. That's not all. You can learn using the learning modules to better equip yourself. What's more, you will get a certificate of completion on successfully taking up a module. The Smart Selfie option under Tools and Calculators lets you create a goal card to help you stay motivated to achieve your goals. You also get to collect redeemable points for reading, watching and listening, liking and sharing the content. These points can be utilized under the Redeem section on the dashboard. The Rewards section brings you a progress report, an overview of your rewards, offers, certificates and more. When you have 1,000 points in your kitty, you can spin the wheel and enjoy an exciting gift such as official merchandise, event passes, ebooks and more. So, what are you waiting for? Step into the world of financial education and learning, one that is made only for her.
May now invite Team 6 to do their presentation.
Very good afternoon to all the members of the panel. Where Ishita and Edge are here today to present our solutions for the expansion of the mutual fund industry in India today. So to begin with, let's begin by delving into what the current mutual fund landscape in India today looks like. The current AUM of the Indian mutual fund industry has grown over sixfold in the past 10 years, and it's nearly doubled over the last 5 years, which shows that the current Indian MF industry is pretty much glowing and blooming today. Mainly, this has been driven by retail participation and the introduction of innovative products such as SIPs, which we will look into in further slides. The number of SIPs currently today stands at an impressive 7.64 crores, as you can see on the slide. And that is largely because of the fact that SIP installments in India can be started from as little as 500 per month, which makes it a very easy entry point and very easy access point. However, we also have around 2.56 lakh distribution partners and around 4.21 crore investors today, which has been a very significant increase in the past 5 to 6 years that we've seen. However, while the picture in India today is impressive and while we have shown consistent growth over the last 5 to 10 years, if you look at it in comparison to the global scenario, which is the bottom graph you see here, if you look at it in comparison with other scenarios, with other countries, when you look at our ranking, we're currently ranked 36th in the MF AUM as a percentage of GDP across the globe. If you compare it with similar economies such as, say, China, we are still lagging behind. And if you look at further developed economies, such as maybe look at the US, France, and Australia, a lot of these economies have even crossed the 100% mark in their percentage of GDP ratio, which is what we should aim to be at. Overall, when you look at all of this in cohesion, we get the picture that there is a lot of potential and a lot of scope for growth in this industry specifically. Looking at the demographic divide of the investors today in the Indian market, right, around 52% of the investors come from non-metro regions. Even though it's by a small margin, however, considering that a majority of the Indian population today still resides in your non-metro areas, this also still showcases that even though the percentage is higher, there is still a lot of further scope for development in the non-metro region as well. If you look at the male-female divide, around 1 in every 4 women today are women, and nearly 30% of the women today have claimed that they're investing for the purpose of retirement, which shows that there is a growing awareness, and the traditionally male-dominated investment industry is also showing a slight shift. Recently, if you look at the millennial trend of the number of new millennial women entering the industry, that is also around stagnant at around 26-27%. which also shows that that is also a continuing trend and it's not just a current statistic. Lastly, if you look at the Indian investor portfolio distribution today, almost 1 out of every 3 investors have a current portfolio of more than 25 lakhs, which is very impressive considering our economic demographic divide in the country. However, as expected, a large amount, around 40% of the portfolio, still resides at lesser than 10 lakhs. What is important here is getting new investors into the fold and then growing them on, as well as increasing the share of the investments done by our current investors to increase our AUM and to increase the overall scope and the breadth of the market. Right, we can move on next slide. Right now, to understand how we can further grow this market, it is also important to understand what have we done up until now and why we are where we are today. Now, if you look at a timeline of the Indian mutual fund industry, right, in the first 50 years, there was very slow progress. It started off very slowly, and in the initial 25 years, India's asset management industry consisted of just one player and one product. That slowly expanded over time, and today, at the 2013 mark, we had crossed our threshold for our 8 trillion benchmark. And over the last 10 years, as you've seen, it's grown 6-7 fold, and today we have crossed our 50 trillion AUM benchmark, which is a significant improvement over what we were in the first 50 years. Now, what did we do specifically better in these last 10 years, and why have we seen this incredible growth? If we look at it, it will mainly revolve around these 3 things. The first would be the customer awareness campaign that we ran, the Mutual Fund Sahi Hai campaign. All of us have seen these campaigns on our TV ads, on our newspapers. It was a largely successful campaign, which revolved primarily around investor education and awareness in the market of what a product is and what investing in it is. And since it was launched in 2017, and if you compare the stats from 2017 to today, you can see the results are very impressive. Moving on, there were also some regulatory reforms that were introduced in this period. There were direct schemes and commissions introduced in B15 locations. B15 is basically beyond 15 locations, beyond the top 15 investor locations in the country, beyond those, so your non-metro cities, etc. Also, some certain tax reforms were introduced, which made it simply easier for a simple investor to enter into the market and broaden the market. Lastly, the product portfolio that was introduced to the Indian consumer was significantly very vast and very impressive. So there were SIPs introduced, which today is a major chunk of what our AUM is. And mainly, as I said earlier, SIPs became a sort of fad simply because of how low the initial investment is. You can start with as little as 500 per month. And since it was marketed that well, it was branded that well, we saw a huge improvement, specifically in the SIP range for the Indian individual investor. Also, there were schemes such as AIF and PMS, which gained traction over these last 10 years because of good publicity and because of better understanding in the Indian consumer of what these products were and how they can be utilized, instead of investing in your standard financial assets as previous generations have done. Let's move on. So now coming to the question at hand, since we have to grow the market for millennials, it's very important to understand who millennials are in the first place. Now, millennials are traditionally defined as people born between 1981 to 96, who also comprise 34% of India's population today and are responsible for over 70% of consumer spending, which is a very significant amount. Now, if you compare the demographic divide of investor segments in terms of metro and non-metro areas, a large amount of this percentage of investors, a largest between the 35 to 49, because as you gain maturity, you also gain financial maturity. And and in this case, as you see, the non-metro segment in the ages of 25 to 34 and between 35 to 49 was slightly higher than your metro segments, which shows that the potential for the future market expansion, even in the millennial industry, will specifically be more tailored to non-metro segment that are established for the millennial segment, right? We categorize millennials into primarily three parts. The first would be a tech savvy urban professional who is a young IT professional who's just entered, who has high income, who's digitally savvy, and who's comfortable with your online, with your tech platforms. However, this person is not really interested in savings. They prioritize their own life experiences. And while they know about investment option, because of a lot of hurdles in the way, as they're not really doing as much investment as they maybe should be. Looking at your second, which is the one we'd like to focus on, your non-metro millennials, simply because this will be the demographic that will rise in the next in the forecasted years. These typically reside in your smaller towns and your rural areas. They've gotten new income here, and while they are slightly familiar with your online platforms, it's not as much as maybe your urban tech savvy consumer. However, they do have financial priorities on hand, and they would be more inclined to invest than the other segments. Lastly, in your millennials are your younger millennials who have just graduated, just entered their career, and who've just started making money. This is a very nice segment to target, specifically because of the whole concept of catch them young. If you get them as soon as they enter the job market, if that is a behavior you inculcate in people, that as soon as you start earning, you follow a certain rule and you put a specific segment of your earnings into savings, you continue to inculcate that behavior further on, which is why this segment is, though it's not a major segment of investments currently today, in our opinion, this is a very good potential segment, because if you get these people early, you will have a very constant customer base further on. You can move on. Right. Now that we've looked at who millennials are and what they comprise of, let's understand the investment behavior of how these millennials actually choose to invest. On the right, you can see a lot of stats about the current millennials and how they've chosen to invest, what the increase has been in the investments, specifically due to millennials in the past few years. Looking at the current distribution of the millennials who do choose to invest, how do they invest? A large segment of this, and we're considering both millennials and Gen Z in this, simply because we're talking about the new generation on whole. A large segment of this is still restricted to savings accounts and your FDs, which is a sort of continuation of what we see from your previous generations, where we did focus a lot of our investing on FDs. However, it is a positive sign that almost 41% of millennials and 31% of Gen Zs have shown an inclination to invest in mutual funds. We only want the share to increase, specifically because this is the segment that will form a major part of our investor base, and this is the segment that we will intend on targeting. Also, if we look at why the new generation really is inclined to invest, the new generation shows a very clear preference for low risk, with 40% millennials and 37% Gen Z, understanding that if you're choosing to invest, it would be any strategic option to invest in maybe a low risk sort of venture first, instead of going directly into the stock market, in which case something like a debt mutual fund can be pitched to these people, simply because it fulfills their criteria. Also, a lot of around 91% of millennials want to make their financial decisions for themselves, and they do not want to be told what to do. In that situation, it's also very important for them to actually understand what the financial instrument does and how it works. So these are the major factors, more or less, that the millennials are looking at today in order to make a decision to invest. Move on.
So I think now Ishita has set the base, with the proper understanding of the millennials as well as the mutual fund market itself. I think now it becomes very important for us to, as we reach the solutioning stage, as to what are the key questions, the key problems that do come up. So the main three buckets that do come up is that, first of all, is basically what is the proportion of people who are actually investing in financial instruments. Next up is that what is the priority given to mutual funds among the financial instruments. Next up is, once people are in the process of, they've taken the decision to invest in mutual funds, what is the process for them like? So that's where these are the major questions that come up for us, and these are the parts that we want to focus on or try to answer. as we move ahead in the presentation, right? So, trying to understand, just touching a bit upon, let's say, talking about people who who are actually investing in talking about people who are actually investing in financial instruments, right? So the major concern that they might have is that they have a general skepticism, towards financial institutions. That's why they still rely on physical instruments, right? Because it's also hereditary and legacy, and it's also because it's something new to the Indian market per se. Next up, when it comes to giving priority to mutual funds over the other financial instruments, right? I think the key parts that comes up here is that there's a lot of fear of the unknown and the market volatility that's there. Also, is basically, I think the onus lies on the mutual fund market itself, is to how you can design products which make them more convenient and transparent. And finally, when you talk about easing the process of holding mutual funds, I think this has happened over time as digital platforms have been leveraged to make sure that the process of holding a mutual fund has been much easier. But yeah, how can we also ease this up even more? How can we simplify the process even more? Would be certain questions that we try to answer in our solutioning going ahead. All right. So just giving an overall structure of the solutioning ahead is that here what we have is basically what we see are the top level issues, the challenges that we see in the product phase of the mutual fund landscape. We'll talk a little bit about the solutions that do come up for this that are already prevalent at a global level. We do have one big idea in terms of how we want to innovate in the product strategy level, and then finally we'll go on to certain ideas and how we want to actually take it to the market and what is our GTM strategy on how we can probably utilize this $1 trillion opportunity that's coming up in our favor.
15 minutes over, 5 more minutes.
All right. Yeah. So talking about the challenges in the MF landscape, right? So I think the first issue that we have is that there's a choice overload that's clearly there, right? There's a lack of differentiation amongst the products that's there. Also, people have a concern that there's a high fees issue, and eventually at a grassroots level, complexity becomes an issue because fund prospectuses and other documents are often written in jargon, make them inaccessible to non-experts. So just these small problems can be basically addressed by already available solutions such as talking about high fees, right? So what certain firms or certain funds in US have done is they've introduced performance-based fees. They they earn where the fund managers earn based on whatever if they outperform benchmarks. So that's something that can be categorized there, right? Next up, we can focus on developing thematic funds, right? And finally, offering target date funds, which are basically much more attuned to people's needs and goals, would be really helpful in solving this. So now, before Ishtak brings up the big idea of our solutioning phase, I think the big thing or the big insight that we have regarding millennials is that obviously they are on the phone a lot and they are quite digitally averse. Is that gamification is a big play that we can make in helping them, actually traverse the stage of the mutual fund market. And I think that's what Ishita will take up in the next slide.
Right. So quickly going over our big idea of how we could actually get millennials into the fold. Our idea is to revolutionize mutual funds through a process of gamification. What we propose is that we create a sort of gamified system for our newer generation, since a lot of these apps, such as say Dream11, have shown a lot of growth and a lot of penetration, especially in the non-metro segments, which is our primary focus. The idea will be to get millennials into the fold by making it a virtual gamification sort of system where everybody will have their own profile, similar to what, say, a fantasy sports platform will. But instead of building teams, they can build their own investment portfolios on this, where they can select stocks, mutual funds, and other things and build their own portfolio. Also, there will be a certain feature such as leagues where you can compete with friends, etc., and where there will be a whole leaderboard sort of system where you can analyze how your portfolio has performed and compared to, say, a very well-known, very highly established mutual fund. And in this, this serves in a very threefold purpose. Firstly, it allows more customer knowledge. So the main hurdle of not understanding what a mutual fund is, not understanding where to invest, that gets solved. Another issue that gets solved with this is that a lot of new users, the trepidation you have of not understanding what a mutual fund is or understanding the product, you get knowledge on the app, you get to virtually simulate what your own portfolio would look like. And based on, because it's a whole gamified sort of system, you see where you stand on the leaderboard, you have a constant urge to go back to your system and to see how you're performing. And in this way, since it is a very constantly, it's a very daily evolving habit, we propose to get our users on board to actually investing and moving on to, once you've done a virtual sort of subsystem, to moving on to actually going on further investing. All right, next slide. Going over a quick customer journey of what this entire system will look like. First, your users will sign up, create profiles as any other app, and based on this, they will build your investment portfolios, join investment leagues, and then they can also monitor the performance of their portfolio in comparison with well-performing stocks, well-performing mutual funds, and understand the market, understand what strategies to play, what strategies to play in what cycle, get an overall knowledge, simply because we said that 91% of millennials really want to make their own decisions for themselves. This provides a platform for them to understand and make decisions on their own. Also, there will be other gamification challenges, but in synopsis, the idea is to get more users onto the platform by gamifying the whole system. I think we can move on to GTM.
All right. So quickly going through the GTM, I think the big idea here is that we want to move from mutual funds Sahi Hai, which has been a very successful campaign up till now, to mutual funds Hi Hai. The primary purpose of coming out to this campaign is that now at this stage, I think it's very important to convince the consumer that mutual funds is the primary source or the best possible source of investment out there, better than the other physical instruments, better than the other financial instruments available. That's why the focus is on having mutual funds here. We have a couple of ideas down here in terms of the video advertisements and the social media campaign. How we'll basically focus on people being confident in their mutual funds investment in actually helping them grow their portfolios. But yeah, moving on to the next part of the GTM, because I believe we are short on time, so I just really want to touch upon two final things here. Are the key partnerships that we'll do. The first of all, key partnership, as obviously we are entering into the gamification, so a fantasy sports app partnership is a very logical point there. Splitwise is a very big app, at least in terms of its penetration among the millennials. I'm a millennial; I use it all the more often. So leveraging Splitwise, shared cost expertise to offer micro investment tools that can be really beneficial. Right? Travel planning applications, because of how this type can help us is that normally people plan for their big trips or big plan in some time, in 6 months. So if let's say I'm planning a trip to, let's say, Goa in 6 months time, I can start making a sort of investment in an MMT platform with the help of some mutual fund. So these are small steps to make a person get used to the idea of mutual funds, and then obviously make them invest more. The final big idea that we had in terms of the GTM was basically reimagining the customer experience. This is also something which has happened at a global scale, at least in some funds do it at the US level. Is basically our idea was that one financial instrument which is pretty popular across the board, at least in India, are credit cards. And the reason why credit cards became so popular are because of the rewards. So that the simple idea was that
20 minutes over.
Yeah, I'll just wrap up my I'll just take 10 to 15 seconds to wrap up. So can we leverage those rewards and bring those to the mutual funds? So that's the plan here in terms of the GTM here. Basically, we allow the investors to link their mutual fund accounts with a specially designed mutual fund revenue reward card. They can earn points or rewards for every dollar spent, and the percentage of the rewards would earn through the card spend automatically gets allocated into the investors' mutual fund accounts. So these are the major ideas that we had. Yeah, open to your question.
Well, thank you so much, Shita and Ijia. It was an curated presentation, well articulated one, and some of first few minutes probably you would have lost time on briefing too much on market analysis landscape. It is very much required, but in any case, it is there. You don't need for the jury when it comes to the solution part. You could have gone I also like a couple of things like choice overload, etc. is the one very practically assessed. I also appreciate the gamification piece you spoke, which can become a customer education come acquisition tool, definitely. And last but not the least, your GTM MFIA, that's also a good part. But question comes on your case study. I mean, when it is mentioned to you, there are 4 areas where you need to work on. What is your product strategy as far as millennials are concerned? What you look at, what can work for the millennials?
So primarily our product strategy was that since we looked at what the demographic of millennials are, we primarily understood that we will be focusing on the non-metro space. From there, we understood that what really works for the non-metro space. There were a lot of stats online about how around a lot of non-metro folks specifically spend around 50-60% of their times online, and out of that around 12% is spent on financial transactions, but all of this is digitally done. So we needed to find a digital product solution for whatever we are proposing. Now in terms of that, we looked at what major thing that was coming up was apps like Dream11, apps like your Fantasy Premier League, which have great penetration in these regions, which is why our product strategy primarily revolved around making a digital solution, mainly that targets your non-metro consumer, which is why we came up with the whole gamification app idea, which we decided to primarily focus on as our product.
And is there a method to the madness when you are looking at the numbers which we look at next 5 years, the strategy? What is that? If I can put an Excel sheet, how that can shape it up with your strategy, we can get these many millennials, this percentage of millennials we can acquire.
Right. So as far as in Excel, we've not really tabulated the numbers. What we mainly looked at is the penetration of what we proposed in different segments, because this specifically has not been done yet. There was no real benchmark. So we looked at the penetration, the scope of how fast Dream11 penetrated, for example, other markets, of how fast your fintech apps have penetrated other markets. And on that estimate, we figured through these means.
Yeah, one last, if it is possible, you can just reopen your slide, the one which spoke about financial behavior, the pointers which you mentioned about. I think it's the 4th or 5th slide. Go down. Further down. Yeah. This is the one. If you can look at this tech-savvy urban professional, the financial behavior which you mentioned about, just I am little curious about the pointers, the methodology you adapted. What is the source for it? You got it? Prioritize experience over savings, familiar with investment options, yet insecure about financial.
Because as AFIC is the tech savvy urban professional, so a lot of us, we did surveys.
No, this particular one, you have sourced it from some place,
to friends around and understand.
Sorry. Yeah,
go ahead, Ija.
No, I think Ishita was saying something. I think her voice is breaking. Ishita, can you just try again?
Yes.
Now? So I think what Ishita was basically trying to say here is that because we are the tech-savvy urban professionals, right? So we do realize what our needs are. We talk to a lot of friends, right? What they are going through, and so that's why it's our idea that this is the.
I have no iota of doubt, but the verbatim which I have seen this morning, I mean, at least couple of other presentations, I thought, I am little curious which is that source. Probably I can reduce my market research later. I can go to that source.
A lot of this is just primary research, and then there was a U-Story report also specifically about millennial investment behavior. A lot of this we've picked up from the U-Story report, YouGov report, yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Over to my friends, Rajesh ji, Lokesh ji, Arvinay ji.
Yeah. Rajesh ji, carry on.
Thank you, Ishita. Thank you, Ija. Post lunch, you have had a difficult time keeping us alert, right? I hope not. We have been very attentive. I just wanted to delve on a couple of things that you shared, and after that, I will pass you on to Loki. She's the other eminent panelist here. So I am again going to refer to the slides, please. The very next slide, where you spoke about um, why financial instruments, what kind of financial instruments do the current generation invest in? I just thought I'll pick your thoughts on, since you said you did some primary research. You gave a perspective that millennials are risk averse, right? I mean, that was one of your analysis. Huh? So then, how do we rationalize the fact that there is more money that is chased crypto as compared to NPS? If that is your primary research.
Sir, all of this was from a report, but what I can maybe opine from this is that crypto, a lot of millennials specifically, what we go after is we go after fads. When NFTs came out, everybody was doing NFTs. When crypto came out, everybody was doing crypto. Crypto became a huge fad in our generation. I think every third of my friend has a crypto investment somewhere or the other. I tried at some point. So, in terms of NPS sounds like something our parents would do. It's not really, while it is low risk, and we understand that segment. For the millennials specifically, our segment, nobody's really thinking about pension as of yet. Crypto is a very instant source of money. You get that validation, you get that constant thrill of checking on your investment every third day. It's the fad that caught on and which has sustained specifically.
So which brings me to the next point. That somewhere when I made notes about your deep dive into the customer journey, there is a slide with that title. In that slide, I noted that this bias is playing out, and I wanted to point out that bias. There is a customer journey where you are suggesting that we should engage in virtual trading competitions, right?
Right.
Yeah. So somewhere I was trying to connect what did you pick up and what are you proposing, and could that be in sync with what the industry wants to do, or is it completely out of sync? So I just wanted to point this out to both of you, not to say that you are wrong, I'm right. I'm just trying to say it doesn't seem to sync up with what the industry wants people to do, because we are saying mutual funds is not about trading. We are saying do not spend your time and your effort and your, valuable resources on trying to chase returns and do things that you don't know just based on facts, but invest your money with mutual fund companies who are well governed and they do all the research and all the work for you. So the fund managers are doing what you are suggesting. They are doing the trading on behalf of all the investors, right? So do we then read this customer journey as one that can be appropriate for a broking firm rather than a mutual fund industry?
Right. So, actually, that's a valid point. And like Ishita and I had a very long conversation about this exact point even yesterday night. So, the reason why we stuck to this is, I'll answer your question regarding stockbroking thing as well. Yes, this is also appropriate for a stockbroking platform as well. But the reason why we also feel that this will really work in a mutual fund platform as well is that when you talk to people, right, the first thing that they ask is like, what goes into a mutual fund? What goes into it? You basically ask, and as we know that millennials are somebody who want to do something themselves. They want to make their own financial decisions. They want to basically own whatever they are doing, right? At least that's what we feel that they want to do. And when that thing comes up, right, the idea of asking them to place their trust in some XYZ fund manager does not maybe convince them that much. But yes, if we show them the process, if we break it down into brass tactics, if we show them the process that this is how things actually work. And we show them the task that we took up was how can we show them in a way that it's basically easier for them to show up. So we took the fantasy sports platform idea of gamifying this because this is something which already has a lot of penetration.
And just adding, yeah, one more point to this. A lot of our generation specifically, we need that excitement. We need to know what's happening. So specifically, when we thought about this, what we said that is that if you once a lot of our generation specifically does stocks today, but once you invest in stocks, nobody really is comparing your CAGR with your say an MF CAGR, a well-performing MF CAGR. Nobody really goes back and checks it if I had instead invested in a mutual fund, how much better would I have done or how much worse would I have done? What we are simply proposing is a platform where you can do this also, but you can also compare with what mutual funds are performing as well. So that you, after a point of view, realize you're not good at this, you're not good at picking stocks, your returns are not where you can make that smart choice to switch to mutual funds, something that will not occur to you traditionally.
And also, like adding on to a point, this which Ishita said, right? So we on the same platform, right? We'll have like the portfolios of some major MF mutual funds here as well, right? And this would act as sort of a trust building exercise there, right? That this mutual fund in that particular time period has performed or given that sort of returns in the time period that what I did. So yeah.
Okay, and my last question before I hand it over is to do with your slide on transitioning the value proposition. That was one of your go-to-market slides. Yeah, thank you. So on that, I just wanted to understand, I'm connecting it with what Mr. Rao asked you earlier. This slide and the next, we are not able to visualize the in your solution, while it looks like you're providing a solution, the quantification of what the solution could be is missing. We are saying 15% of millennials is what we want to target. I mean, what is your assessment? Where would we reach if we follow this?
Right. All right. So obviously, mutual funds here, I think, would be an extension of the mutual funds Sahi Hai campaign that's already happening, right? It's already successful. I think the one big part why we want to continue with a similar campaign, but transition, but also continue similar campaign is because obviously this campaign is a very easier campaign on the eyes, and it's at least where the mutual fund Sahi Hai campaign has done really well in the recent times is in terms of its regional expansion, right? In terms of you're reaching out in different languages. Now, to the question that you raised, right, in terms of the numbers that we want to try to target, right? So our idea is that based on these initiatives, right, because whatever these three partnerships that we've targeted, right, and the credit card swing that we or the reward swing that we want to give to mutual funds, the idea is that the penetration of each of these categories is very high. Anybody who is a student or anybody who goes out has a Splitwise app because that app is that easy. That app solves a very critical problem in a very effective way. Everybody is planning a trip somehow, sometime or another, right? And when it comes to fantasy sports app, as Ishita already mentioned, that the penetration is very high in terms of people coming onto the platform and actually investing. So that was one. That is our idea. I think that basically whatever percentage that we can target, I think we can go for all the percentage in terms of the initiatives that we have.
So our primarily idea was that we looked at what works and we extrapolated on that. But I do understand maybe we should have actually focused and gotten the numbers out a bit more. Yeah, I think that is something we can do ahead.
Okay, that's all. Thank you so much for your time and for trying to take a crack at a real life boardroom challenge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Loki, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Ishita and Ejia. It was interesting what you guys did. We spent a lot of time in the initial few slides because of which you couldn't dwell on the last few, which had a lot of stuff there. So I'd like to understand from you guys about the gamification a little bit. Ishita, I think it was you who put it there. So in this game that you're talking about, you're saying that investors will build a portfolio of mutual funds, stocks, ETFs, everything, right? And then they'll see how the portfolio performs versus other people. Is that what you're saying? And how will that help them to understand about the mutual funds and the kind of mutual funds and the kind of categories that are there? How is that going to help them? I thought they'll build a mutual fund themselves and try to benchmark themselves against other mutual funds in the industry.
So yeah, actually the primary idea was that specifically either you build a mutual fund portfolio for yourself, or you can also combine it with your stock equity portfolio if you wish. The idea is that once a lot of people have this, like I think I mentioned, a lot of people have this thing that our own stock portfolio, we will analyze trends in the market, etc., and our own stock portfolio will perform better. The idea is to put everything on the same platform, on the same benchmark. So while you can build your own mutual fund portfolio, you will also see it in comparison with your actually established fund managed MFs, in which case you get a very one-shot clear idea of what your portfolio is performing in comparison to an established MF, and then you can make the choice to switch if not. The whole idea behind this is that everybody wants to experiment first instead of directly jumping into, because in general, all of us and the what the reports also says that we don't really trust something somebody else has managed for you, which is why a lot of us are also very keen on going into stocks. If you want to move that base from stocks into mutual funds, we felt that this is the best idea, that you do whatever you want, you understand how it's doing in comparison, and then maybe you will make the smart decision to shift.
And this model that we are applying here, right? This is just, we are replicating the model that Dream 11 is already doing for cricket, right? So the penetration is there, the engagement is there, the retention is there. We just want to try to translate that towards the MF market.
Okay, there were some good points, like the reward points you're talking about for loyalty, and those were all there were a lot of good points in the marketing part, but some gaps were also there, like the quantification was not there, and you're not very specific about the kind of products, the mutual funds that you'll be offering to each investor category and all that. But anything you want to say on that, or shall we just?
Right. So I think the idea there is that as we try to solve the problem and we try to understand the question given to us, right? So, and the problem given to us is that how do we get the millennial on the platform per se, right? How do we get onboard them? So our idea of targeting them with a particular MF, or our idea of pitching them a particular product per se doesn't work, is because, as we've already realized, that the next generation that's coming up is very individualistic. They want to make their own decision. So our entire solutioning then thought was built on how can we make them do it? How can we make them learn themselves, that allow them to make the mistake in the gamification part, where they can probably simulate whatever they're doing. So that's the entire ambit of our solution. Yes, we could have gone that route where we could target certain products for certain personas, but that doesn't solve the core problem at hand, and that's why we probably took a much more broader solution to target this problem.
We also actually did explore something called community-based MFs, etc., which was specifically you make MFs of companies that do social work, do social impact, because there was a lot of info out there about millennials being very focused on social impact, community work, all of that. But we felt that that will target a very specific niche consumer, and maybe not everybody is really going to be interested in that, which is why we felt a broader strategy would be more applicable if we want penetration first, and then we do specific mutual funds for specific people. But the main point for us was primarily acquisition instead of retention and specific niche segments.
Okay, thank you so much, Ishita and Ejia. Good effort. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Ishita. Ejia, though I thought your PowerPoint slides were a bit too busy, packed with too much detail.
Right.
There's an expression. Sorry?
Yeah. No, so actually, like, we've been going through a lot of case competitions, and it's like we get the opposite feedback in some other. So like you're telling us it's a bit too busy. The last one, people told us that it's not too busy. So we're sort of stuck in the middle, like what to do. So yeah, but yeah, good.
I always believe it's I've already breathed in the expression death by PowerPoint. So
Right. So,
yeah, but I don't know. I don't know what the other jury members think of this, but I thought it's a bit too much of detail in each PowerPoint slide. But I guess, okay, in your limited time, you've got to get across your point of view. Good. Right. All the best, and thank you for participating. Right. You
thank
may.
you.
Yeah,
Thank you
thanks.
so
You may
much,
log off.
sir. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was a very great learning experience. So thank you.
All the
Thanks
best.
for the opportunity. Yeah. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
We now have another special AV from Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund.
Nivesh Fables presents Asset Allocation.
Once there was a smart boy looking to earn some money. He came across a dead rat and thought of selling it to his neighbor to feed the cat. From the sale, he bought some jaggery, which he mixed with water and sold it to the travelers on the way. The travelers also gave him flowers collected en route. He sold the flowers in the temple and, with the money, bought more jaggery and served the travelers. He kept doing this and collected a small amount of money for himself. He was wise and did not spend his savings. After a few days, due to strong winds blowing in the nearby garden, lots of dry branches and leaves had fallen around. He offered to clear the area and kept it at the entrance. A carpenter passing by, looking for wood, saw the pile and bought it from the enterprising boy. He collected some more money from this transaction. Soon he became friends with the local people, and one day one of them said, "Tomorrow a merchant is going to come to the village with 100 horses." The enterprising boy saw an opportunity and bought hay and other food for the horses to sell them to the merchant. Thus, he kept on investing in newer opportunities as per his risk appetite and kept multiplying his money. In our investing journey, we should too spread our investments and money in various assets or instruments based on our goals and the risk appetite. This might help us tide over inflation, volatility in the markets, economic changes, and other factors. This is asset allocation. Happy investing. An investor education and awareness initiative of Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme related documents carefully.
May I now invite Team 7 to do their presentation.
The case that we've given was solving some problem for the Association of Mutual Funds in India. So the key target for our project was promoting the mutual fund as an instrument amongst millennials. So we as Acumen advisors took up this task, and we have focused our research report and presentation more on the marketing side of it and on the strategy part, like we were supposed to. So this is the outline for today's discussion, sir. We have done an SEQ analysis to start with, and then some insights on the millennial segment and the market size. And the main part of the presentation is the strategies for millennial engagement. And we have also put in all our heart and efforts for some creative samples and ad samples, which are a little different from what AMFI has been doing earlier. So moving on to the SCQA, sir, the situation that we've been given is AMFI, which is the Association of all the mutual funds, is a watchkeeper on the industry, and it's a representation of the entire industry to the investors and the regulators. So as on today, 50.78 lakh crore of AUM is under mutual funds, and we've got 4 million unique investors. Sir, so the complication here is the investors are not from the segment that they're supposed to be. So Generation Y and Generation Z, like if we can assume people born after the year 1980, they are going to be the future of the country, and even by statistics, they are the majority. So the penetration there is significantly low. So that's the complication. And the question here is, how can millennials become more more millennials be a part of mutual funds, and how do we make it as seamless as like stocks once upon a time was not seamless? It is seamless today. So That is it, sir. So the answer to this is very different marketing campaigns and tools and overall strategic moves that AMFI can take.
So coming down to 5-year outlook, we have created an outlook so that we have targeted the percentages per year we have to achieve. So our target is to achieve 1% of the millennial population in the first year itself. Then we will go to 3%, then 6% in the third year, 10% in the 4-year, and 15% in the 5-year. So that's our current outlook. Understanding segments. So there are 4 types of generations currently alive. That is baby boomers, the people who are born in 1946 till 1964. Then there is Generation X, that is our fathers. So they were born in 1965 till 1980. Then millennials, the people who graduated in the 2000s. These were born from 1981 to 1996. And then there is Generation Z, that is we ourselves, who were born between 1997 to 2012. Coming down to millennial demographics, here as we can see, there are 2 charts. One is indicating the millennial population in millions as a percentage of country's total population. So we can see there is 34% population in India who are millennials. So that comes down to 47 crore millennials. And we can see the comparison between other countries, and the number is highest in India within percentage terms also, and within an absolute number term also. And then looking at other demographics like how millennials live. So we can see that 82% of Indian millennials live with their parents. 65% of millennials aspire to buy a property in the future without compromising on the quality of life. More than 25% Indian millennials have no intention of leaving the family homes. So these are a few of the millennial demographics. Coming down to major financial goals, as we can see, there is a shift in the financial goals from Generation X to millennials. The Generation X major financial goal was to buy jewelry, then owning a home, and
Sir, my
children,
apologies.
and
Is Devansh audible to all of
they
you?
are to travel the world.
We lost Devang
Yeah,
in between.
lost him.
So and yeah,
Devansh, could you come again?
hello.
Yeah.
And now he's audible.
From
Now he can go.
where?
Then you can
So
go
I
ahead.
will
Go
start
ahead.
again from Gen X. So
No. You carry
Gen
on.
X
You
major
carry on.
financial goals were jewelry. Okay. So coming down to millennials, the major expenses are education expenses. Then they want to travel the world, so there is travel experiences expenses. Then people of the current generation wants to own good utility services and living on rent. So there is that. Then looking at the market opportunity, the total addressable market is the earning population in India. So that's 47 crore people. Then the SAM, the serviceable addressable market, is the total population having disposable income, that is middle class and above population in India. And when we come to the SOM, that is service obtainable market, they have already 4 crore mutual fund investors, we are investors. So that's about a number of 10 crores.
So AMFI has played a brilliant role in promoting mutual funds in India earlier. So the flagship campaign, Mutual Fund Sahi Hai, is an initiative of the AMFI. And the impact of that in quantified was 50 lakh investors added in a span of 12 months, which is a mammoth number. So this is one creator of the campaign as a part of the campaign. So now we are moving on to strategies directly, sir. So AMFI so while the job of AMFI is not to create mutual funds. It can create innovative solutions and ancillary offerings. So ESG funds is one product. Like green marketing today has been in every industry. So funds investing in green companies solely. So promotion of such funds like amongst its members. So and then also AMFI should come up with screener applications dedicated to mutual funds. And when it is by the association, it is likely to garner more trust and interest. And also virtual advisors in small cases for mutual. So innovations in that respect. Like another key responsibility of AMFI is to undertake investor education initiatives on mutual funds solely. So like we should bust myths. So yesterday in our interaction with a few of our millennials who we were talking to, so one didn't know that pledging of mutual funds is possible. They are like there was a lot of misclarity on that. So AMFI should take this initiative on also and mobile first approach. So now because our stock trading is so reliant on mobile phones and applications and software, but mutual fund is not like that. Most of our parents, they have a physical advisor who is their trusted person. But if it is to to foster the penetration of mutual funds to such a mass level, just like stocks, mobile first approach is needed, and micro investing, like small ticket size investing, which is it is possible, but people have to know that. So, and coming to the next strategy to be explored was ultimately we are in the age of chat GPT. So the efficiency of AI must be leveraged. So troubleshooting is one area where it can add a lot of value. And like all our previous point that mutual funds are not that self-bought on a platform or an interface. So when a mutual fund representative or advisor the role of which, if it can be taken by an AI, we are sure like it can increase the penetration, and it'll take time, but in the beginning there must be some resistance, but that can be adopted soon. And also on demand analysis of any fund that you want. So what stocks have been entered on by a fund and everything, whatever a customer wants, that can be only done by AI, and it is not possible for any personal advisor to have all the data handy.
So we have created an approach to make mutual funds just like a game. So gamification of mutual funds. Like people are tired of going spreadsheets. They want to invest in mutual funds, but they do not want that old view. The person will come to their home and then they will invest. So we can create apps like just like games. We can set our own goals, choose our own strategies, unlock rewards as we build our wealth. Then we in the app we have some ideas like you can go with personalized goal settings. If a person wants to buy a PS5, so if he wants to save 50,000 rupees for that, so he can start a 4,000 rupees a month SIP, and after end of the year, he can just directly buy the PS5. Then engaging investment journey, so that setting up rewards at milestones you reach, automated and convenient. So engaging AI for giving personalized mutual fund options, expert guidance. So expert is available anytime, and you can call them and ask for which mutual fund is best with AI also.
Another role that AMFI can take up to, improve the millennial participation. So most of the millennial participation is in the rural areas. So lobbying, not exactly lobbying, but some sort of lobbying between representing all the funds to the regulators to request for, say, incentives. So if a fund or a company, AMC has to open a lot of rural offices, the chances of their success are a little dicey, and which is why people don't take the investment. But if there's some support from the government, and that kind of representation can be done by the AMFI, that is one thing that has to be taken up on very seriously. So, and also there are some regulations in every industry that hurt the interest of either the sellers or the buyers. So that if AMFI increases the amount to which it interacts with the government and policymakers, that would be, and of course as an advisory role function to the regulators itself, which is very liberal in today's date, but was not once upon a time. And now coming to tier 1 investors are the majority of mutual fund investors today. So most of which is by the means of an SIP. But similarly, but in tier 2 and tier 4 towns, rural areas, this is very absent. So because that naturally, because most of their incomes are in cash, the sources are unstable. But once that education has been passed, like we discussed earlier, that's the only way we can see the targets that we've forecasted. So going rural and focusing on that market is a mandate. 1 second, sir. Yeah. So a statistic is 85% of rural millennials do not have a savings account itself. Forget mutual funds. So these all things has to be streamlined, and a lot of work has to be done over there. So now personal finance is to be taken on rural, and that's when we can see some movement from the rural areas.
So we have another idea of creating an influencer factory. So we have to create a mutual fund FOMO with using regional investors. So we have planned that we will target 100 micro influencers, regional influencers, around 2 to 3 from like 3 to 4 from major states and 2 to 3 from the small states, with the following of 15 to 50K, and they will upload and they will inculcate with their common content. Mutual fund integrations will be there with the common content to just create awareness. And because of that, because of many followers creating awareness, it would be a pan-India movement. It would create FOMO, which will help us to onboard the major influencers having more than 1 million followers. That will help us create more awareness by just targeting the small influencers and creating a FOMO in the overall Indian market. So that would be very cost effective, because on an average, an influencer charges 5,000 rupees per post if it has a fan following of between 15,000 to 50,000 followers. So, but just by spending 5 lakh rupees, we can create a buzz in the market about mutual fund, and awareness can easily be created.
Yes, sir. So now moving on to the part where we've done a lot of work, we can say. So relevant and fresh ad content. So mutual funds, sahi hai. All these ads were good and very effective, sir. But we were to target the millennials. We have to leverage social media as a media platform. All the media buying spend has to be done towards social media. Not all, of course, a significant portion. So the ads have to be in also rural regional languages, which is a very important insight that we have found. And of course, there are 100 things that can be done with the content. So meme campaigns is one such thing.
15 minutes over, 5 more minutes.
So so this is how we start in a sequence. When we so this is what the objective that we should give to them is to letting them know, are you a financially smart person, and then telling them what the status is. So just like how Ogilvy had done for Modi's 2014 campaign, they first did Janta Maaf Nahi Karegi, then they said Achhe Din Aane Wale, and then they said Ab Ki Baar Modi Sarkar. So they gave the arousing, and then they gave a call to action. So simulating something of that kind. We'll also show them what their financial struggles are and how can they be met. And diversify. When you say diversify investment portfolio, when someone is not an expert or a CFA, he turns to a fund house in most likely cases. So this is something we have also designed, and the tagline "Sip Sip Hooray," so that we have made it more relevant to the youth. Of course, it can be under the branch of mutual funds, say, because of the size. Like there's a separate website that AMFI has for mutual funds, say. So just retweaking the campaigns. So Sip Sip Hooray is something we can focus on a lot. We've used it across our presentation. So there's a short film that we would like to place.
You चोर खोल दिया, शर्म नहीं आई, छोटे भाई का पिगी बैंक खोल दिया. How could you do?
वो सब छोड़, वो क्या है?
इंग्लिश में पढ़ नहीं सकता.
Don't act over smart with me. क्या है ये? डैड मॉम को मालूम है?
अब इसमें उनका क्या कनेक्शन है? These are mine, मेरे ये.
लेकिन ये है क्या?
Sip.
Sip? Sip what?
अरे डफर, sip what नहीं, sip. Systematic investment plan, sip.
What?
अरे sip, systematic investment plan, sip.
अरे but where's the money?
या तो तू उल्लू है, या तो तू पक्का उल्लू है. अरे this is the money. पूछ, meaning मतलब don't feel shy.
Dad?
अब इसमें डैड का क्यों संडे बिगाड़ रहा है? ये कोई चोरी का माल नहीं है.
मतलब?
अब पूछा ना मतलब. देख, तुझे क्या लगता है मेरी पॉकेट मनी किधर जाती है? बर्थडे कैश एनवेलप्स, फीलिंग गुड पॉकेट मनी, क्रिकेट शील्ड्स, दादी का प्यारा पोता अलावेंस, रूमा मासी के हर विजिट के 100 दिरहम्स। तुझे भी तो मिलता है ना, पर तेरे जाते तान्या की सेवा में, मेरे यहाँ जाते हैं।
अरे लेकिन ये है क्या?
तेरे जैसे कड़के को ना जब बताना बहुत मुश्किल है। अच्छा मेरे को एक बात बता, व्हाट इज मनी?
मनी?
दिस इज मनी। मैं ऐड करता हूँ, तू माइनस करता है। मैं कंपाउंड करता हूँ, तू सिंपली स्पेंड करता है। मैं सिप करता हूँ, तू स्पिट करता है।
अबे ज्ञानी, तू बिग फॉर योर बूट्स आंट यू?
एडिशन आता है ना, ये ले ऐड कर।
$62,470?
करेक्ट, ये है वैल्यू। छोटा छोटा बोल के मुझे काटता था ना तू। ये है मेरा सबसे लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस रनर, पान सिंह तोमर। 4 साल से मेरे लिए भाग रहा है। जब तेरी उम्र का हो जाऊंगा ना, तब ऐड कर करके इतना बड़ा हो जाएगा। जब मॉम डैड की उम्र का हो जाऊंगा ना, तब सिर्फ कर करके इतना बड़ा पॉन्ड बन जाएगा, पॉन्ड। जब दादा दादी की उम्र का हो जाऊंगा ना, तब प्रशांत महासागर, मतलब पैसिफिक ओशन।
Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
Sir, so this is the nature of the campaigns that we have researched and found out that work the best amongst what we are targeting. Sir, this is what we would like to conclude our presentation with.
Excellent presentation and kudos. This last campaign, which is the one you got from somewhere in the site, or you created for
Yes,
it?
sir. Yes, sir. We went through multiple mutual fund advertisements and also showed it to some of our known people. Like, of course, the sample size was a little reduced, but found that this is appealing a lot. So, and also we integrated our developed creative of Sipsipure with this, so as to make it look like a sample. Thank you.
Yeah, it is looking good. I mean, fabulous presentation, Gaurav and Devansh. I mean,
Thank you so much, sir.
whether you start with your SCQA or your TAM, SAM and SOM, it's a fantastic. And a couple of questions I do have. I will talk to you. And one is, we all talk about FOMO and finfluencers. I mean, sometimes this will backfire on the finfluencers because if you can see, a lot of us who lost our money um, in cryptos thanks to the finfluencers. That is where our regulator kind of word called finfluenza. And also this generation we also call YOLO generation, right? So you only live once. But we want to move from YOLO to FOMO to FOGI, FOGI. I mean, there's a fear of getting in, but we want to focus of getting them in. What is that you feel we should do totally differently to get millennials coming to mutual funds and the behavioral aspect, which you didn't speak much about?
Absolutely, sir. So I will proceed with it. So basically, we have a target of going with regional influencers instead of going with influencers. Many regional influencers show off their wealth. People get attracted to Instagram and Facebook just looking at the people who are showing off their wealth. And we can create a buzz like the wealth was created via mutual funds, via investments. So that would help people to research upon the topic, what is a mutual fund? What is it? How can
Not
we invest?
directly,
So
speak
that,
about any particular fund.
Right.
Yeah,
Fine.
yeah, basically.
Yeah. It's a product,
So
not a product agnostic. Yeah, go ahead.
So that's a way of going through and solving to the problem. Instead of going with influencers, we would go with the regional creators, and regional creators will also help us in expansion in the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities because of the regional languages. So that would be a plus point, and that would help us create a buzz in
And
the Indian
additionally,
market.
also, sir, not, like you said, not just finance content creators or influencers. So suppose there's a travel vlogger, tapping that kind of content market, because the audience remains the same and it's non-competing. So we can go to n number of them and make them, somehow convey to our audience and make content. We have to make a big investment, but convey to the audience. And mutual funds is one of the best ways that you can achieve all your desires and extra wants that you want.
As
And
we
there,
plan gamification of mutual funds, so uh, like it is a target-based investing. So like if there is a travel vlogger, so he can do that. I achieved my goals by investing into mutual funds. If there is a big fat wedding, so we can show that it was achieved by a mutual fund. If it was a foreign education, it was achieved by a mutual fund. So like tapping into that market, indirect promotion instead of going with the influencer path.
yeah,
And
thanks,
results are
Devansh.
naturally more, sir. Results are naturally more. Like as a youth, as a 20-year-old, if 21-year-old, if I see someone talking about that, and that the spike that I get is naturally high. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's good. I think, there is one data point which you mentioned may not be very accurate. One is the when you mentioned about rural savings bank account, 85% is not, it is not the story. Unbanked the days are gone, thanks to Zendan, etc. And today, in fact, 75 to 80% of the people have their bank account. And if I can go back to the UPI statistics, things are very, very different. That is apart, it's fine. I need one more clarification from you, or guidance. I mean, you can enlighten us on that. One, you spoke about virtual advisor. Second, you also spoke about MF. What is that? It's a role of MF representative. If you can,
Role of, sir?
MF representative, right? Representative.
Yes, sir.
role.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, if these two you can clarify to us, it would be nice.
So about the AI part that we wrote, sir. So in my family, for example, there's one uncle who comes and he's a distributor for a lot of mutual funds. So it is to always limited to his limited knowledge that, and whichever company's distributor he is, he would enlighten us about that only. And even all the aspects of the mutual funds have not been clarified. So what Policy Bazaar does for insurance, and so some an AI base. So Policy Bazaar is still something I look up, and there's a limitation. But AI, when it's AI, you just ask what you want and you get any clarification that you want. And we can, of course, there's a lot of testing that goes in the development cycle, but it is something that we can achieve because in our colleges also there's such a vast use of AI now. There's no need to even, if you're analyzing a stock chart, there's no need to even see the support resistance on your own. AI does everything. So for advisory role in that respect, and coming to the support and troubleshooting part, is that the second part, sir?
Fantastic. I mean, even the virtual advisor, you mean the same, right?
Yes, sir. So what I now said was the virtual advisor and the sales representative part only, sir. So an advisor, like in this line, no one calls anyone a sales representative. It's either a consultant or advisor. So
fair enough. And further fine. I think I am fine with the answers, and all the best. And it is nicely done.
Thank you so much, sir.
Over to Rajesh ji.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Hello, Devansh, Gaurav. Thank you. It was
hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Hello, sir.
Very energetic presentation. Kudos on that. For a post-lunch session, happy to see the energy. I just wanted to start by saying you should, in terms of good practices, you should give credit to who create things that you show. So you should credit IDFC Foundation and Amol Gupte and the team for bringing out One Idiot movie from which you have taken the clipping.
Yes,
but
yes,
could appreciate your effort to bring the clip out and connect it to your story. I just had only a couple of feedbacks for you. The first majority of your presentation, I thought we were listening to something that was very generic. Answers were as easy as what we could have found out by simply asking ChatGPT what are the challenges and what are the solutions. The only aspect I feel there was some amount of genuine effort was in terms of trying to challenge the creatives, challenge the communication, which I appreciate. Otherwise, I have no questions because for me, most of it was very generic. So I have nothing else to share. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Hi, Devansh and Gaurav. Thanks for the effort. It was a good effort that you guys did. I just have one question. You all talk about gamification as a strategy to get people in. So, what percentage of people in India do play games? Do you think the millennials, if someone in 40s and 30s who is like completely taken up with his career and work and all that, will they be into games and playing these kind of games and and then getting into mutual funds? Is that a good strategy at all?
So, ma'am, when we said gamification, that was, making things target driven, making things incentivized. And so, in that respect, so what Small Case as an investment platform has done for stocks, the kind of customization and, it pulls you towards the target. So, in something in that respect, as Devansh will continue.
So gamification is not basically creating games for mutual funds. It's just changing the way of investing. It's like goal-based investing, uh, and the numbers basically when we will go to the numbers in India, 75% of the millennials play games. So after the work in the free time, even if a person plays Ludo with the family or any other game just for time pass and just for relaxing from the stress. So the percentage of people who play games are around 75 to 80 percentage. And we are not targeting by creating mutual funds as a game. We are just making it a goal-based investing thing, and we will reward them if they will reach their milestones. So if a person is doing SIP and if he reaches a corpus of 1 lakh, so there would be some reward. If he reaches 2 lakh, there would be some reward like that.
Okay, so I thought you were talking about some kind of a fantasy games kind of a thing, and you're creating that and getting them in.
No.
That would attract again a lot of regulation, and that is not the best part to do as an association.
Okay. Also, about the lobbying part, one slide you had. What
Yes, ma'am.
exactly
Yes,
were you talking about? Yeah, what kind of
lobbying as in, so just to enhance the role of the association, as any mutual fund company, the branches of their company AMC is not very much into the rural areas. So one reason is that there is some sort of risk that they have because the market is not yet developed there. So some support from the government, incentivizing people to enter that market. That happens in every sector, but can happen in mutual funds also. And just to enhance this, we said that lobbying, when as an association or an industry body, the association would represent or advise the regulators and policymakers, then that would lead to a lot of rural penetration. And about our presentation, ma'am, apart from lobbying and also the creative development, and that is what required the most attention, because changing the content and finding what works, that was very crucial. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions, and good luck to both of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Gaurav, Devansh.
We now have another special lady from Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund.
Meet brothers Karan and Arjun. Born on the same day, went to the same school, had the same friends, got the same job at the same company, and even got married on the same day. Their lives were identical, except Karan started saving for retirement at 25, while Arjun waited till he was 35. A minor difference, right? Wrong. Delaying investing by 10 years cost Arjun at least 24,69,805 rupees. How? Let's assume Karan invested just 1,000 rupees every month for 35 years, that is, until he retired. Assuming he earned a 10% interest on his 4,20,000 investment, his retirement fund would have been worth approximately 37,96,638 rupees. Arjun, however, invested 1,000 rupees every month for 25 years. Assuming he earned a 10% interest, his retirement fund would have been worth approximately 13,26,833 rupees. Now, I'm sure you're thinking, if Arjun was a little smarter, he would have doubled his investment amount and earned as much or more than Karan. Wrong. Even if Arjun had increased his investment amount to 2,000 every month for 25 years, his 6 lakh investment would still have amounted to approximately 26 lakhs 53,667 rupees. That is approximately 11 lakhs 42,971 rupees less than Karan's fund. As you can see, Karan invested less and earned more only because he gave his investment time to grow and multiply. Still not convinced that you need to start a retirement fund while earning an entry-level salary? Well then, take a moment and look at our world. You will notice it is unpredictable. Before 2020, could you have imagined that a virus could shut down the whole world? It has disrupted economies, impacted growth, caused countless businesses to permanently close down, and sharply increased the unemployment rate. It has depleted savings, increased personal debt, deflated portfolios, and drastically affected lives, especially for the retired. This is not the first time an unexpected event has disrupted life and impacted personal finances. In 2008, the global recession had a similar effect on the economy, people, lifestyles, and retirement funds. Starting early like Karan is the only potential solution to creating a retirement fund that should be able to handle issues like inflation, medical emergencies, recessions, and even pandemics. How to start a retirement fund? Starting a retirement fund takes 3 simple actions. 1. Examine how much you spend on monthly necessities like groceries, utility bills, EMIs, and entertainment. You will be surprised by how much you spend on drinking coffee at a coffee shop, drinks at clubs, or impulse shopping. Trim off excesses to make room for investments for your future. 2. Set up auto-debit transfers and SIPs to ensure you do not accidentally spend the money you want to save and invest. 3. Increase your investment amount as your income grows to ensure your retirement fund can maintain your enhanced lifestyle. Just remember, Karan and Arjun took the identical actions. The only difference was time. It set them onto different financial paths. So start now and power your retirement fund with time. An investor education and awareness initiative of Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund. Mutual fund investments are subject to market risks. Read all scheme-related documents carefully.
May now invite Team 8 to do their presentation.
Good afternoon to one and all. Today, we as a team will be presenting before you our solution of the case as to where we'll be considering whether millennials can be the next big set of investors in mutual funds. And if so, how to go about it. So these are the topics that we'll be covering broadly. So starting right from the overview of the problem, then getting to know the problems, then what is the target audience like, what is the composition of these group of millennials, and then we'll be moving on to the marketing and product strategies and so on. So yeah, according to the case at hand, we can see that we are mainly targeting millennials. That is that is a group of the people who are born from the 1980s to later 1990s, almost 97. And we can see the following are the characteristics of the case that we have before us. First and foremost, there's a surge in the mutual fund industry. The assets under management have grown over the last 10 years by almost 6-fold, starting from rupees 8 lakh crores to more than 50 lakh crores in 2023. Then there's the limited investor base. Right now, there are only 40 million unique investors that are investing in mutual funds, which is very significantly less as compared to our country's population. It seems that India's young population, especially millennials, which have increased salaries and are also tech savvy, are they are creating a favorable environment for potential mutual fund investors. While high earning millennials prioritize experience over saving, spending a substantial portion of their income on travel and experiences, they remain uh, like remain digitally savvy and express financial insecurity. The as we saw that as we can see from the data in the case that millennials and Gen Z together constitute of 52% of India's population, and 34% of them being millennials, potentially they form a substantial investor base. Apart from that, there's both challenge and opportunity that lies here. The key lies in redirecting a substantial portion of millennial savings to mutual fund and encouraging a higher savings percentage, leveraging their digital literacy and income levels. So these are the three main problems that we'll be addressing. There's a lack of clear understanding of this segment and the estimation of their potential as investors. Then there's lack of product strategies to suit the millennials specifically. Keeping both these factors in mind, we'll be developing a strategic plan to significantly increase the millennial participation in the mutual fund category over the next 5 years. So yeah, the current millennial population, as we saw, it is 34% of our country's total population, which is 44 crores. But only 2 crores out of those millennials are investing in mutual funds. Then, as we can see that there's an enormous potential. But right now, moving from 2 crores to a target of 6.4 crores over the next 5 years, we'll have to attain a CAGR of more than 27%. And so we'll be seeing at a comprehensive plan as to how we can do that. So Pranav will be explaining the further part of the presentation.
So coming to the target audience, as we can see that overall 65% of our total population belongs to the rural area, and 35% belongs to the urban area. And from that also, in the urban area, 52% are male and 48% are female. And same for the rural area, 51% for the male and 49% for the female area. So as moving to the income bracket of this urban and rural area, only 60% are from lower income and 32% are from middle income bracket. And moving to the rural area, 82% population from rural area are from lower bracket, and 15% population from rural area are from middle group bracket. And for the target audience, at the first phase of our marketing strategy or product strategy, we are targeting the middle income group and higher income group of urban area, and they are moving toward we are moving towards the middle. Okay, so actually in the income bracket area, in urban area, like 60% population are from higher income lower income group, and 32% of population from urban area are from middle age bracket group, and about more than 8% are from higher income bracket group. And in the rural area, 82% are from lower income group, 15% are from middle income group, and 3% are from higher income group. At the starting stage of our strategy, we are targeting the higher income group and middle income group of urban area, and then we are moving towards the middle income group and higher income group of rural area. As we can see that only 8.6 million millennials joined the mutual fund in over last 5 years. This is my next slide. And looking towards the behavior of millennials in investing, as per the business chemistry, there are 4 types of work styles that we can see in people's fall into. First is pioneer. The pioneer these are outgoing risk takers. And then second is guardian. These are detail-oriented pragmatists. And third is driver. These are experimental competitors. The fourth is integrator. These are empathetic diplomats. And as we can, from the various surveys and done by the BCGs, we can see that we were surprised to see that millennials, often called the generation me, are more inclined to be cautious and organized. So that they can fall, so they fall into the guardian work style. Means they are more detail oriented pragmatists. They are not risk takers; they are risk averse work styles. And looking towards the behavior of millennials, they prefer more investment into the equity, as we can see in the graph that in the financial year of 19, more than 89% of millennials invested in the equity, then for 3% in debt and 3% in cash and 3% in other schemes. As we can see that overall, in the last 5 years, millennials preferred equity to invest regarding other than other schemes. Is my next slide. Swapnil?
Yes, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay, so coming to why we are targeting millennials, and is this really means we can achieve or not? Let's see that. So if we consider the number of millennials, then we have high number of millennials, and current status of their investment, then very less number of them are investing. So it's like win-win situation for us, or we have opportunity to do something in this market, because there is huge number as a huge potential, and very less number are involved in that. So we have to just do following approach to achieve this target. So next one. So if we consider current scenario and how we change our product so that it will be helpful for millennials. So currently we can see that around 85% of investment from millennial side is from urban area. So we should start not only urban area, only top 5 cities, as I like to say. So most of the investment is coming from that area only. So we have to focus to broad our target audience. So instead of just focusing on particular area, we should focus on rural as well as urban area. Then currently what we can see is there are barriers to investment. Let's say we have to remove that barriers. Then also we have to consider risk while developing our product. Then there should be increase in awareness while doing that. So we have to make people more and more aware about product, and we have to show them that this product is not means very risky, or you can invest in this thing. And most important is goal oriented, because if we see, as Visma already mentioned, the millennials characteristics, they are more likely to self-oriented, because they have less liabilities than Gen X. And they want to live for themselves, so they have some aspirations. They want to their characteristics is like more and more spending oriented. So we have to define our product as per their goal, instead of just communicating in terms of interest amount, because it's quite difficult for them to understand how they will earn out of that interest, or doing compounding is difficult for some of the millennials. So instead of saying that, we can make a product as a goal oriented. Like if you want to buy a car, then do investment of this much amount for this year, then you will be able to earn that much to get that car, kind of thing. Then coming to next slide. Yeah, so as we can broadly define millennials into urban and rural part, then higher income, middle income, and lower income. Then again for rural, higher income, middle income, and lower income. As Pranav already mentioned, our initial strategy will be focusing on urban part, which is higher, and middle income part, which is more in the stake, and we can ask them to invest as fast as possible. Also, we have to do less efforts to communicate to them, because they are digitally literate, and it's quite easy to approach to them. Then in future plan, we can move towards the rural plan, and there we can again target the middle income and lower income also by minimizing the barriers to invest the amount. Next part. Okay, so marketing strategy, as I already mentioned, our product should be in such a way that it will convey some kind of goal so that they will emotionally connect to the product instead of just saying ki you will earn 7% and 8% or 12% and 15%. So that can be the one first of a strategy. Then while moving for the rural part, we should use some agent kind of system to connect them physically, or to have some physical communication between the customers and investors. So that can be the one case. Then as in case and in data, we can see that millennials are digitally literate. They have approach to internet, and also digital marketing can play important role. Also social media influencers can play important role. Also for targeting rural part, we should use regional language instead of communicating in very complex language. We should use regional language to make them more and more literate. Also we can use collaboration with financial institutes like banks to make more and more aware about people. And finally, I would like to say, which is not mentioned in slide, we can modify our digital apps or platforms in such a way that it will look like gamifying or showing like how much you invested and what kind of your rank is there, so that it will be interactive for them and it promote them to invest more and more for that thing. Next slide. Okay, so this will be the these are the main problems which we have to tackle while communicating. Lack of investment clarity that we can do using goal and aspiration thing. Then we have to make sure that or make them literate in such a way that the risk is not so high, or we have to make sure about that. And we help them to achieve their goals, and help them to decide which product to invest. Next part. Yeah, so as we mentioned earlier, our timeline should be in such a way that initially we will target from tier 1, tier 2 cities, from high and middle income millennials, and then from 3 years onwards we will try to target along with this rural high income and medium income millennials. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, you can unshare the slides now. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vismay, Swapnil, and Pranav. And probably I was struggling to get into your presentation and understand broadly what you are expected to do and what you did. And nevertheless, I have only one question for you. In the first slide, you spoke about something about savings behavior improvement among the millennials, which you intend to cover at the later part of the slides. The slide was talking about. Probably it was not covered in the later part of the slides, but if you can explain, if the millennials, if we need to look at how I can focus, what kind of behavioral improvement, and what is that I need to do, that behavioral change, and how I can bring that savings as an habit, or investing is a must kind for the millennials.
Okay, so I would like to take up this question. So as we mentioned, as a part of the product strategy that we are trying to address, we are focusing on goal-oriented products. Right now, millennials are not saving because they are trying to spend what they are getting right now without thinking of the short term or middle term or even long term goals for that matter. So if we can leverage the volatility of the market, or even say the economic conditions or the world conditions that are going on right now, we can when we are pitching this goal oriented products to them, we can try to they would save to invest to achieve their short term, mid term, or long term goals as and when they would as per their own pace, or what as per their own pace, I would say. So save to invest is at the center of the goal oriented products that we are pitching.
Okay, and there is also one slide where you mentioned about data. urban and rural youth, but there is no source available. What is that source you have put there? The third slide or fourth slide.
So Pranav, would you
Yeah,
like?
actually, we got the numbers from online only, and I think we got the numbers from Statista, and we make the graphs ourselves.
Not the graph about other one data, but whenever you are preparing, better you can give a source
Okay.
that gives more. Yeah, thank you so much and all the best. Over to my other fellow jury members who can talk. Mr. Rajesh Ji.
Sure. Thank you. Hello, three young men, Pranav, Swapnil, Vishmay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time and for the presentation. Just a couple of feedback points besides what Mr. Rao just mentioned. I think you spend a lot of time repeating the same thing about focusing on the middle income and the higher income in urban and rural. That aspect has come out so many times in different slides that you have only been emphasizing on that. What actually a jury would like to see is that, yes, that is your analysis. And you are reinforcing that analysis, which is fine. But then what do you do with that analysis? What is your plan of action? Just saying focus on that doesn't really answer the question. It just peripherally says do it, right? So from a plan of action point of view, I found I couldn't find any meat in that in the suggestions that you gave. But nevertheless, I feel you have taken a very logical approach. Compliments on that. We try to build it step by step without too much of fanfare. But I also felt that many of this could have been validated with additional learning, because some of the suggestions that came up on a few slides look to be extremely common in terms of, if I just open Bing and ask ChatGPT to tell me what to do, I just found that there is a lot of similarities in what is being told. Not that that cannot be done, and neither am I saying that you have done it. I'm just trying to say that not everything that the GPT throws may be valid. It needs to be assessed. It needs to be reviewed. So some of the suggestions that came up, I felt could have been revalidated, because then those plan of actions that you recommend, particularly in a board meeting, a director on the board is expected to do a lot of work before recommending an action to the board, right? So if you approach this as a boardroom challenge, I would say the basics of preparing well in terms of plan of action can definitely improve and substantially improve. So this is my only point. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Vismay, Pranav, and Swapnil. Yeah, you guys started out very well. I think you outlined the case and you analyzed it pretty well to start. It was very logical, the way you guys started. It was quite impressive. But then, as Rajesh ji also said, the plan of action could have been fleshed out a little bit more. I want to understand, you're saying the target, we want you to get the millennials investing in mutual funds to 15%. You're saying it will only get to 6% by the end of 5 years. Is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am. We were saying that the number that we arrived at of 15% of the millennial population was 6.4 crores. Right now, there are 2 crore millennial investors in mutual fund. So over the span of 5 years, we'll have to take care of those 4.6 crores of the remaining millennial investors that we are trying to get into investing. And for this, we'll be requiring that CAGR of 27%.
The 27% CAGR you think is achievable? What do you guys think?
Yes, I think Swapnil would better explain this.
Hello, ma'am. So definitely, it's quite difficult for if we see the ground situation which is there currently, because currently market is very skewed towards the urban area and rural area. So for area to involve into a mutual fund, we need to do more and more awareness, which is quite difficult to get within this 5 years. And for rural area, it's difficult to influence them using digital market. We have to do mouth to mouth publicity, and for that initially we have to focus on urban area, which is tier 1 and tier 2 city, and then move for this rural area. So it's quite difficult to achieve that 27% target as of now.
Yeah, so that kind of came out in your plan of action. You didn't seem very, sure that you're going to get there. Yeah.
Ma'am, also, I would like to add like one or two points that I think Swapnil missed. Uh, like there were two main aspects, like one of the goal-oriented products, and apart from that, there was like engaging the rural or tier two, the investors from tier two and three cities by approaching them like physically, like how uh, LIC agents do, or like we can approach these new set of investors with some like while educating them, creating financial literacy for in this area of mutual funds. So while educating them and also uh, telling them of the benefits as to how they can like they'll be financially enabled to fulfill their goals, or even like people from tier three or rural areas, they might have some like family obligations or even their own aspirations. We can like make it happen in a sort of how financial planners consult the customers as to what type of
Yeah,
instrument.
I was a little surprised at that suggestion that you should use physical people going there. It's going to be pretty expensive, in this era when you're doing more of digital marketing and social media and all. You're saying use physical people to go out there. So it's
Uh,
going to be a lot very expensive to grow market that way.
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm?
We like as Swapnil mentioned during his presentation that such people can be present at the banks or like since the number of people who are depositing their money into savings accounts has increased over the last say 5 to 6 years considerably due to like government initiatives as well. They can be educated there, and also like as we saw on the site, the mutual fund Sahi Hai, there's the total number of visitors there were 133 million. So, which like a lot of ground needs to be covered. So, if they are even after like publicizing mutual funds through television and other social media, still the like, visitors are so less, then I think there has to be some other approach that has to take place to address such
Oh,
issues.
okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Good luck to you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Ismay and Swapnil and Pranav.
Thank you, sir.
All the best to you. You may
All the
log
best.
off. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
We will now have the comments for each team's presentation, followed by announcement of the winners for today's round.
Thank you. Thanks to in the business line. Thanks, Vinay ji and the entire team. It's a great opportunity to be here as a jury with my co-jury members, Rajesh ji and Lokesh ji. I mean, it was a wonderful experience to have these 8 teams participating, and it was really captivating presentations. And the topic at the mutual funds today we debate every time mutual funds sahi hai, how we can get that next generation. I mean, what is that we can do, and how the millennials be the next big set of investors for us, and what is that we need to do. And this is the whole case about, and I'm glad each of the teams have come prepared so well, and some of them have given wonderful hashtags too on the marketing strategy, which I like the most of it. And probably this hashtag generation can convert into the cash tag generations with bagging to the mutual funds. That is the whole effort at Amphi and whole effort at the industry with every one of us. And it is like, this generation is always swipe right generation, and probably we intend to get them is don't just swipe right and swipe right to the investments. This is all about this case, and a lot of analysis, lot of understanding, and it is mutual fund सही है, but millennials के लिए कौन सा mutual fund सही है, and how we can get them right. That is the message. And thanks Business Line for taking every year on Business Line on campus. At Aditya Birla Sun Life Asset Management, we take it's a privilege, and glad to be partnering with you year after year, and look forward for the many years to come. And it's glad it has gone to few hundreds of colleges, and this is a lot which has attended today finals. Is the lot they are they have, after completing their two rounds, this is the third round they have come, and I wish all the winners, congratulations to all the winners. And there are, for me, I feel there is no losers, because each of them have given their best effort, and each of them are winners, and each of the team has done well. Coming to this stage is a fantastic thing. Probably if you are not figuring in the top three, I mean, that's fine. And you are there in the top 8 of the list. And probably the best thing is winning or losing, start investing. And mutual fund सही है, mutual fund सरल है, mutual fund सबके लिए है.
Thank you, Hindu Business Line and the team, Vinay ji, Lekeshwari ji, Priya ji, Akash ji. Thank you so much. I am also here thanks to dear friend Rao. When it comes to investor awareness, one thing I wanted to point out was, as an industry, we work together because that is a common agenda for any asset management company in the country. So it is very fortunate that we are able to showcase that conviction and the commitment to investor awareness, where you have Raoji taking lead as Aditya Birla, but I am an independent director at PGIM. It doesn't matter. It just what matters is, at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the awareness around mutual funds, investments in mutual funds, and the whole concept of starting early and staying longer is communicated, so that everybody benefits from the power of compounding. So I think initiatives like this by the Hindu Business Line, where you bring boardroom challenges to the campuses, it's an amazing initiative. We are ourselves witnessing that some of the participants who made it to the final round have not even had their first experience of making an investment into a mutual fund. In fact, a couple of participants even sharing that this was the reason that they went searching for what mutual funds mean. So, which means, as an industry also, we have a lot to do. As a publication also, you have a lot to do. Together, we have a lot of work to do. We will continue to do this work. Great to see all the participation. Lovely, presentations and analysis by the youngsters. I felt for a moment that this entire day I was in a boardroom filled with young and bubbling directors. I wish I didn't have gray hairs. I would have joined them. But at the same time, I also want to thank fellow jury members, Legeshwari ji and Rao ji, because I think as a jury, we were able to articulate our thoughts very well, and to do the right justice to the efforts put by the various teams. That's a very important duty on the jury. So I'm grateful that I have been given this opportunity, and I look forward to more such opportunities to join all of you in various activities relating to investor awareness. Thank you so much.
As always, it's a pleasure to be on the finals of this BL Boardroom Challenge. It's about third time that I'm here. Thanks a lot, Vinay, for inviting me. And a good effort by the events team led by Akash and Priya and everybody. A very scintillating discussions and ideas and insights. So really grateful to be here and be sitting with eminent other jury members like Mr. Rao and Mr. Rajesh. And I really like to congratulate all the teams who were here, who participated here. They have put in the effort and come up with really some really great ideas. All of them talked about some games, and they talked about reward points, and they spoke about, rounding off your expenses and putting it in mutual funds. They all seem to say that just begin in small way and then we'll get there. And of course, all of them talked about awareness has to be built up, and a lot of insights on what's stopping them, such as they're scared of frauds and that people will cheat them, and their past experience in losing money. And we learned a lot in the whole day. And thanks to all the participants for all that they've told us and they've done today. And I hope this will also egg everybody to get to investing. And thanks once again. It was a great day.
I now invite Mr. A. Balasubramanian, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer from Aditya Birla Sun Life Mutual Fund, to share his thoughts on the finale and also announce the winner for the Business Line Boardroom Challenge 2023.
Greetings to everyone. Once again, I'm happy to be part of the Business Line Boardroom challenging discussions. We keep doing it every year. This is our 4th year of association with Business Line in running this program, hosting this event with colleges and students, and make them think what they can contribute to the Indian mutual fund industry, and to a large extent, the investing public into the mutual funds. I'm happy that this year topic is around millennials, how they can plan their future by choosing mutual funds investment vehicle. I'm also happy to note that you all had detailed, great discussions, given the fact you yourself are part of the millennials, and you're all going to be the drivers of the future of the country, and also the future of the financial market by way of contributing more to the success through your earnings. And why is it important for millennials? Today, of course, the need for resources keeps rising. But there is a definitely change of lifestyle from what we have seen in the past. The world is moving fast. The digital world is getting making the each year pass very fast. At the same time, there are great opportunities comes in front of all of us to participate, either becoming an entrepreneur by themselves or working for somebody and contribute to successful organizations and build our own families, which of course, which every citizen of the country does, and plan for their future. For everything, if you look at it, the common thread is as money, which is of course need to be earned, also need to be deployed judiciously to make the money work for in the long term. So the more you are able to manage this money efficiently, the more resources that you may have, which is only going to help you all as an individuals, millennials, to plan the futures more effectively, which I'm sure can also be made more brighter as you all, as the millennials is able to actually deploy their resources, whatever limited resources that they have, to plan for the futures. I'm not saying retirement planning is a must for millennials, given the fact every millennial starting their career at the age of 23, 24, they have a long innings they have in front of them for their working life point of view. Therefore, it's also equally important for millennials to try out many things before even start investing. Therefore, the learning that they get in the initial phase also make them understand the importance of investments. I'm glad to note that the participation levels from various colleges and participated in this event program. First and foremost, my sincere gratitude and congratulations to all the people who participated, taking the effort and putting your the teamwork to work in your favor, burning midnight oil, discussing and debating, and finally presenting in front of the jury. So I first of all appreciate all the efforts that's put out by every participants in this contest. And of course, as since it's the winning context, can of course select only 3 teams, and those who have of course done a little better than others, definitely they get a chance to win. That does not mean the people who have actually nominated themselves and participated very effectively, they are the losers. You're also a winner, but however, the winning cups can be given only to 3 people. Now it's a time to announce the winners, both in the runner-up category and winner category. I'm happy to announce the first runner-up for this contest, which is XLRI at Jamshedpur. Congratulations to the XLRI team. Now the time to announce the second runner-up of this business line boardroom challenge contest, which is NMIMS Bangalore. And finally, all of us are waiting for the climax, that who is going to win the final, the cup, the winner-up cup. I'm happy to announce Symbiosis Institute of Business Management School from Hyderabad. I'm also happy to announce this is an all-girls team who participated in this contest. A big congratulations to Symbiosis team and all-girls team for winning this cup. Wish you all best of luck.
May I now request Vinay Kamath from the Business Line team to deliver the vote of thanks.
So that brings us to the end of the 7th edition of the Business Line Boardroom Challenge. Thank you all jury members for sparing a valuable time to be part of the jury today. You had a day of scintillating ideas from young minds. I hope some of the ideas are useful for the mutual fund industry as takeaways and something hopefully that you can implement. And so thank you all very much, and draw the curtains on this edition of the Business Line Boardroom Challenge.
Thank you all for watching Business Line Boardroom Challenge 2023. I am Srimati Sridharan signing off. See you all next year.